We're going to start a little ahead of schedule with race 114. It's the final of event number 2, junior women's under 15 sculls over 1,000 meters.
Yes. Oh, fair. Give me 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, whatever.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the RMB Buffalo Regatta. We've got a whole bunch of finals and exciting racing happening today. And every now and then I'm going to switch over to Kate Godfrey, who's going to give you some race commentary, which will be rather exciting. Right now on the water, starting a little ahead of schedule, is race 114. It is the final of the junior women's under 15 sculls over 1,000 meters. If you're looking for your medals, they're on the first floor at the clubhouse where the tuck shop is. Also merchandise, go and grab your merchandise. Any lost property or found property, please come and report to Regatta Control. We'll reunite you with your missing items. Looking forward to a wonderful day's racing. Thank you for your support and thank you for looking after our beautiful East London and Buffalo River.
So now you still at the 1,000 again. One more race at 1,000 and then you're going to jump up to the 2.
What were they wanting to find the umpires about food, order, whatever?
Jane asked them to confirm that everyone had eaten and I think everyone said yes.
Okay.
Race 114 we have in lane 1 Buffalo Rowing Club, Coxsed. Lane 2 is scratched. Lane 3 we've got Clarendon Jordan. Lane 4 is scratched. Lane 5 we've got Somerset Searle. And lane 6 is scratched.
No, there's 3. Well, there should be 3. Oh, the third one's probably way.
Lane 1, 3 and 5.
Yeah, but lane 2, lane 4, and lane 6 is scratched. Yes. So lane 1 is Buffalo. So there is probably a boat in line with the speedboat. I'm not sure. So yeah, there are definitely 3 boats.
Please can you just announce that junior men's under 19 the second Coxed Fours. The Coxes have got 25 minutes left to weigh in.
Junior men's under 19 second Coxed Fours. Your Coxes have 20 minutes left to weigh in. Junior men's under 19 second Coxed Fours. Your Coxes have 20 minutes left to weigh in.
Umpire 4 bringing this down.
A pair of sunglasses has been handed in. If you've lost sunglasses, please come and identify these. They might be yours.
Who is it? Can you tell me who it is? No, that's Thursday. We're going to go all the way across to Saturday. AM? Yeah. Oh no, they do not have to come.
Buffalo Rowing Club, Coxsed, lane 1, Clarendon Jordan, lane 3, and Somerset Searle in lane 5. I can hear that everybody in the clubhouse has had their dose of coffee this morning. The cheerleading is strong.
Empire 1, secure J, with land confirmation that we can start at 1 a little bit early. Cruise on station.
That is affirmative. If all crews on station, please go with 115.
All crews are on station.
Empire 1. Announcing the section number 115, junior men's sculls.
I think Carrigan
Taking
is 6.
channel 2.
There's a call it a scratch, but 2 PPLCs falling in the air.
Race 115 is the final of junior men's sculls. They're ready for their start at 1,000 meters. All crews are on station, so we're going to start the race a little ahead of schedule.
Okay, now you're back to the 2000s.
All officials are moving. Your truck is on the way to the 1,000 truck. You can pick it up there.
We don't have any skulls. Yeah, right.
Standing by.
Could you confirm for race 128, junior and the 19 second Coxless? Have all the Coxes weighed in?
Lane 1, 3rd, and 5 have not weighed in.
Cares, Bishops, St. Benedict's. A reminder that your second Cox four, your second fours Coxes need to go and weigh in.
Sorry, Keys, who?
Cares, Bishops, and St. Benedict's.
Kes, Bishops and St. Benedict's. Kes, Bishops and St. Benedict's. Your second Cox Fours Coxes need to go for weigh-in. Kes, Bishops, St. Benedict's. Please send your Coxes for weigh-in for the second Cox Fours.
Up by 2 as soon as you have all 5 votes on station for 116, you're welcome to go from the 2000.
We will do that. We are ready to go.
In what universe does Buffalo run 6 minutes into the schedule?
Somebody's going to complain.
I know! I was just thinking, some parents going to miss their kids' race and be like, ah!
Missing things.
Well, for the final of the U19 Second Eights.
St. Albans Muller Lane 1, St. Benedict's McDonald's Lane 2. St. Benedict's Walsh Lane 3, St. Benedict's Tixera Lane 4, St. Benedict's Ogilvie Lane 5, and Saxwood Lane 6.
Can you announce that the junior women's second doubles race number 6 is on the start line ahead of schedule?
Junior women's second doubles, race 116, is on the start line ahead of schedule. And they're off.
Good job, start team. Hey, look at you, firing on all cylinders.
The junior women's under-19 second doubles. It's the final is happening right now. It's over 2,000 meters. In lane 1, St Andrews Girls Davids. Lane 2, St Stithians Girls Pronk. Lane 3, St Stithians Girls Kawalenga. Lane 4, St Mary's Clark. And lane 5, St Stithians Girls Ward. Lane 6 has been scratched.
It's 2K and 1K. And then just hold on a sec. 2Ks and 1K. So they're just waiting for those guys. One more thing. No scratches. Everywhere. Okay, great.
Umpire 2, Sean and Justin Howard. Yeah. Justin and Glenn, nice voice.
Speaking to Tiago Loureiro, the national coach, RMB national coach. Tiago, coming down to the Buff Regatta. Weather not playing along, pretty wet down here, but I mean, you guys are in good spirit?
Yeah, the first 2 days it was pretty wet, but today seems to be holding up. Water conditions are good. I believe there's some heavy winds predicted for later, but it's the Buffalo Regatta. We are prepared for everything and anything.
Just talking about up-and-coming talent, a lot of talent yesterday in the Selborne Sprints. Your thoughts on up-and-coming talent moving people into the national squad?
Absolutely. I mean, we post Tokyo, we have started from scratch, so it's very cool to see how the national squad has increased. So obviously we're in our training state, so we're still choosing who is going to represent their countries. But the women are up to 7 members currently, and you will see them later today in the single scull final. But looking good. But I think beyond that is the diversity and inclusivity in schools rowing, in clubs rowing, in university rowing. I think that's probably a better topic to identify as a good thing.
And then the Grand Challenge coming up today, who are you going to put your money on?
I'll reserve my judgment as who I'll be putting my money on. There are 3 boats. There's 2 Tux boats and there's 1 UJ boat out there that will be fighting for their lives and for obviously the trophy. We have tried something new. We've included more club rowers, club university rowers to the events to fill up those 3 boats. So there are 3 even boats, and they'll be fighting tooth and nail to see who gets that top trophy and that top spot.
Thanks, Tiago.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Yeah, it's that little white thing.
Just a rock.
Is there a pig? Can I tell you that I actually have like a thing about lost stuff. So we lived in Angola for a couple of years, and it was flippin' weird. I cannot describe to you unless I show you photos. We would drive like 100 k's out of Luanda on the weekends and go camp on the beach and fish and whatever, and there would be stretches of beach where there were single flip-flops by the hundred. Like it was almost like a container ship had, yeah, but there were little baby ones, and it used to freak the hell out of me. Like we were there like a year after the Civil War ended, and like you used to hear these like horror stories from the South African Special Forces guys with like of the Portuguese flying airplanes and like just opening cargo holds and dropping people. Like, and then I was like, and I'm sure there's probably an element, but like not in those quantums to generate that number of stops. But that's what I would think about. You know what I mean? Like, so even to this day, if I see a flipping plastic flip-flop on a beach, I get a flow. Like,
Maybe the oranges when the container open or whatever fell off the boat. We just covered with plastic.
Are we missing a boat or they're just lagging very far behind?
they're about this high. I mean, they're still on the beach now. Logs, like
This is 116, but there's supposed to be 5 boats in there, and I'm only seeing 4. Oh no, there we go. Sorry, I've got pedestrians in the way.
I hope your mic's not on.
You won't pick it up much.
Race 116 coming into view across the front of the clubhouse now. It's the final of the junior women's under-19 second doubles. St Andrews Davids in lane 1, St Stithians Pronk in lane 2, St Stithians Kawalenga in lane 3, St Mary's Clark lane 4, St Stithians Ward lane 5. Coxes, please get to your weigh-ins in time. Coxes, please get to your weigh-ins in time.
is umpire 2.
Copy that, thanks.
There's no chatting at Regatta control. No. Serious business only.
If you've lost sunglasses, we found them.
Nice.
Yeah, they are. That's the guy that was desperately seeking this.
Oh no, they were black. His were black Oakley prescription. Oh, was
No,
that?
no, no, another pair.
Did those ever get found?
The Oakleys, I don't think so.
Right, we're chatting to Graham Mountford, chairman of Elba, the East London Boating Association. Graham, it's been a rough few days, a lot of rain happening. It just didn't start the way you wanted it to.
Look, yeah, so weather we can't control. There are some things we can. We had some good rain on Thursday, and obviously it makes conditions a bit damp out there, challenging on the course for the officials. Yesterday also a lot of rain through the morning, but it cleared up a bit with racing. Today is nice and clear so far, so it's looking good. But in terms of the racing, the athletes have loved it. It cools down the conditions, flattens the water. So the athletes have loved it, and really at the end of the day, that's what's important. And, you know, us officials and parents and on the bank, we just got to sort of suck it up a bit and get going and let the kids and the senior athletes do what they need to do.
Just as far as the organising behind the scenes, there's a lot of people that we don't see. Just talk us through the team behind you and what you guys do, and how long ahead of time do you guys start planning?
Yeah, and look, an event like this doesn't take place over a week or a weekend, so we start planning at least 6 months before. So around about July, August this year, we'll start planning again for next year's Buffalo. We've got a team of volunteers, we've got umpires, aligners, guys up in the control room running stopwatches, timing systems. We've got the safety guys on the bank checking boats, making sure the crews going on are the right crews. The team of volunteers is probably close to about 100. You know, and then you include the moms and dads running the food, the kiosk, the tuck shops, all that sort of stuff as well. And so it's a big team that really comes on board to put an event like this on. And without them, we wouldn't be able to put the event together.
Graham, thanks so much for your time.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Okay. We need some hype. So this is yesterday's draw.
Okay.
So if you look, so 118's on the line now. 118's about to start. If you look at this thing here, it tells you that there were 2 heats.
Yes.
And you could possibly go and find that event here and see, like, it's quite like, just to get a little bit of
Because there's long ways.
energy going.
Yes.
Okay, over to you.
Okay, fab. So then-
Race 117 coming into view, and race 118 has just gone off at the start, over 2,000 meters. Race 117 coming into view now of the clubhouse is the junior men's under-19 second doubles. It's the final. Jeppy in lane 1, Preston. St John's in lane 2, January. St Albans in lane 3, Herald. Gray in lane 4, Paris. St Albans in lane 5, Berger. And Rondebosch in lane 6, Govan. This is the finals from heat 1, 2, and 3 from yesterday's race.
Between races, it's likely to get to use what happened in the previous race. Because in and so forth, stand by, 4 year life, 3, and keep up with the front people rather than the back people. You know what I mean? If there's like a bunch like that, don't let the front guy here. Rather focus on the front guy, and then you can stop and let the others pass through the frame as well. You know what I mean?
You know what it was? She also had no.
Zoom out a bit more through. Zoom out. And then pan to the right a bit. Was that truly on the right? No, on your right. Yes. More. And then pan to the right.
Please be reminded to go and collect your medals on the first floor at the clubhouse. It's on the same floor as the tuck shop and as the merchandising table.
Our 118's already gone. It's already gone, so 119 is.
Does that come in a bed of steak?
Shout at umpire. What? Come on, Salbon. Salbon's in this race lane. Umpire 4, you should probably be closer to the top.
Race 118, the final of the junior men's under 19 second pairs. Rhonda Bosch Bartram, lane 1, Grey Renison, lane 2, Selborne Jordan, lane 3, Jeppy Janssen van Rensburg, lane 4, Rhonda Bosch Deploy, lane 5, and Rhonda Bosch Fora, lane 6.
Get your head in the boat. Come on, Selborne! Come on, boys! Go, Selborne! Come on, Selborne! Come on, Kelly! Come on, boys! Go, Hayden! Head in the boat! Come on, boys! Yes!
Selborne Jordan, lane 3, over the line first.
Yeah, talking to Zianda Guamanda from Saints Rowing. Zianda, coming out to the buff, I mean, today is the big one. Today you're rowing 2 kilometers. Yesterday was 500 meters. What's the difference, in your opinion, and how do you guys tackle it? What's the difference between the short races and the long one?
With the short races, the 500s, it's about just going all out and going high rates to get out quickly. It's just a flat-out sprint. And with the 2Ks, you go out quickly in the beginning, and then you settle and find a rhythm for like the middle 1K, and then the last 500, then you pick it up again and sprint.
Looking at the buff, what do you think, in your opinion, makes the buff such a unique race in its own perspective?
I think the currents for one, because you could have an outgoing current or an incoming current, that makes it a lot faster or slower. And then also just getting to see the coastal schools compared to just having the inland cruise.
Thank you so much, and good one out there. I hope you have a good race.
Thank you.
Race number 119 is the final of event number 7, the Junior Women's Under 16 Sculls over 2,000 meters. We had heat 1, 2, and 3 yesterday. We've got St Andrews Xavier in lane 1, St Andrews Potgieter in lane 2, St Stithians Taylor lane 3, St Andrews Moore in lane 4, lane 5 is scratched, and St Stithians Skuurman in lane 6.
Place is going. Yes.
Junior men under 16. Smoking person accepted lane 2 and lane 4 scratch. The race down off the 2. Switching over to channel 2.
120 is about to start.
Race number 120 is about to start. It's event number 8, the final of the junior men's under 16 sculls over 2,000 meters.
In the last race,
Does she come in? Does she row any other time?
Please, can you announce
I'm going to find her later.
the boys' second fours, Pairs and St. Benedict's have still not weighed in. You are now late.
It's the second quads.
Second Coxed Fours.
Coxed Fours.
From the rocky beaches with beautiful sunsets in Cape Recife Nature Reserve to the healing waters of Port St. John's, let loose as you go blackwater tubing down Storms River. Take in the views from the mountainous terrain from the Valley of Desolation. A rich heritage, a diverse landscape with 800 kilometers of unspoiled coastline. A variety of flora and home to the Big Seven, housed in a world-class nature reserve. Basin Cape, yours to explore.
went already. Sorry. Reset that number. Reset 121. These are right, but I hit this first, and then second one.
Okay, oh, so no, that's
He was messing around and he went like this, and then he was like,
okay.
They get up and they swing it in around.
And then there's one that goes towards you.
he went like, oh damn, that must have been next level.
Grade 127, yeah, they late 7-4. Somebody dig.
That is affirmative.
Thank you, copy.
It's a gay.
I close some eyes. You're looking like
Yeah, here's another example. Lane 1 very almost was aiming outside of the course and the umpire is miles away. Yeah, but the umpire should have been right here because of the risk of them coming over. Yeah. No, but they could have come, he was so far behind that they could have come really slowly. You know what I mean? I think umpires forget on the boat how little the athletes can actually hear. So to be in the, to be 3 lanes over and behind and be shouting, you can actually hear very little on the water, to be honest.
Talking to Alex and Mia from Clarendon Racing. Girls coming out here today. It's a long one today, 2 kilometers down the river. How do you tackle today, and which one do you prefer? Short races or long ones?
I prefer short races because you just full send it, you have fun, and you can just take it away. Yeah.
Just as far as Clarendon rowing is concerned, can I ask you, why did you choose rowing, not netball or anything else, or hockey? Why rowing?
Rowing's more of like a community sport, like you work together, you have more of like a family connection. Yeah. In other sports, you're just by yourself and you work on your own mindset.
I do get it. Like I don't like to criticize on the radio. We are all adults and are at the same time.
literally pulling right across the course.
Oh, something's black on that.
Race number 121, the final of the junior women's under 16 pairs. St Andrews Girls Bayers in lane 2, Holy Rosary Weber in lane 3, St Stithians Girls Willefeed in lane 4, Holy Rosary Samji in lane 5 is underway. It is a race over 2,000 meters and it is a final only. The results did not come from heats, or the placings did not come from heats yesterday. This is a straight final. Coxes, please do weigh in. Please do weigh in timeously.
They announced in 123. Sorry, not 123, 122. Yeah. When you are done with race 1, 2, 3, and you've got a moment, could you just radio in so we can discuss the plan for 137, which is going to be a 7-vote final. We're going to have to utilize safety.
Yeah.
If you look here, the highlighted ones are
Yeah.
the ones that are not on your one currently.
Okay.
They were the heats from this morning.
Okay.
What they are lined up at. So when it comes to like race 31 and it's blank, 131.
Oh,
You can
perfect.
just look here. So
Oh,
they-
you're a genius. Thank you
they
so much.
highlighted too.
You're a star. Thank you. Is that not me? Right, if you're missing lost property, come along to Regatta Control. We might have found it for you. Pair of sunglasses was missing yesterday. It's been handed in today.
It's fine, I've printed everything.
Well, in the 1954 program we were looking at just now, I had a look there. There was, of course, a completely different format. The Buffalo always used to be on the 16th of December, which was a national holiday. There were 6 trophies that were rode for from early days in East London, which were all for only local competition. East London crews, in other words, it amounted to. And so those were rode on a Saturday afternoon. On the following Friday late, there were 4 heats rode for finals, which were held on the next day, which was also a Saturday. And it was the events on that Saturday were 13, I counted them. So 13 events were held over that day, and you can compare that with virtually up to 100 per day that we are rowing today.
And you've given them 1 blade each, and it's very difficult to stay in line. So the umpire's going to have his job cut out from him. And you can see in the middle there's a little bit of weaving around, but the guys are doing a great job of their pairs race over a 2K. And you can see lining up at the 1K are the octoples. This is the under 15s, and this is also a hysterical race. So you've got 16 blades in one boat, which can get messy.
So this will be 123, the oct race.
I'm not sure. Is it the octoples?
Yeah.
123.
Yeah.
So you've got bishops coming out ahead. And then you've got St. Stithians and Bennies dicing out closely for second and third. But bishops, which was in their favorite lane, lane 3, is well ahead, doing very nicely, and they've stayed in their lane. Bennies have got half a length on St. Stithians. They'd go a lot faster if they didn't look out of their boat so much. Okay, and up at the 1K, we've got the octoples lining up. And for the local supporters, we've got Clarendon and Selborne coming down in the outside lanes, lane 1 and 6. And then for the Western Capers, we've got Rondebosch in lane 2. And we've got Sachs in lane 5. Then in the middle, we've got Bennies and St. Stithians. It's going to be a great dice. Thankfully today the Buffalo River is on good behavior, because when there's a bit of a wind, keeping these boats straight is almost impossible. And these Coxes are new, and coxing an octopole, I can tell you, is not easy.
Yeah, talking to the boys from Tux here. Guys, just tell us what makes the Buff Regatta unique, man.
Well, first of all, it's one of the few 2K regattas in the year, so we love racing here and practicing for that SA Champs at the end of the season. And then the conditions here are just great, because you got the oxygen and sometimes you have the currents and stuff helping you out, so you can get a lot faster times than you usually see up at Regatta Dam. I don't know where Don is.
Just as far as rowing for Tux is here, were you guys putting the focus for the Buff Regatta?
So the 8 is always a very big focus for Tux. We do have a pretty long streak in that, not specifically at this regatta, but just as the culture is very built around the 8. But we have, as of now, been rowing a lot of small boats just to improve as individuals at training. So right now we're hoping to do quite well in the pairs, the 4s, the Sculls, but the 8 will always be the pinnacle for us.
And it looks like quite a clean start. No too dodgy steering at the moment. Looks like Bennies have got their nose out ahead in the first couple of strokes. Selborne is right up there pushing hard.
Like 2,000, eh? Are there some pairs starting off? Which boat?
We're going to need your assistance and probably the safety from the rescue boats.
Okay, I see that Sachs has scratched, unfortunately.
Actually, don't worry, it's a non-issue. We've got 2 scratches. Don't worry, ignore me.
So it looks like at the moment Selborne and Bennies neck and neck, really fighting it out. Followed by St. Stithians and Clarendon and Selborne fighting it out. Sorry, Clarendon and Rondebosch. Come on, Clarendon, let's take another head.
Flag up. Oh. There we go.
And being Buffalo, we're really good at this. There's another race that's just started behind them with the Junior Women Under 19 First Singles. There's a very close race in the middle here with Bennies and St. Stithians. I'd say Bennies have got a bow ball on St. Stithians. But Selborne's also right in there. It's neck and neck between these three crews. Rondebosch is about half a length down on Selborne. Looks like Clarendon are just on the tail of Rondebosch. Benny's pulling out a little bit in front of St. Stithians, about half a length, but I'd say there's still only about quarter length between them and Selborne. Selborne fighting hard. All 3 top crews have got a very nice rhythm. Looks like Rondebosch rating about 34. Bennies look like they're rating about 30. Selborne also 34, looking a little ragged. They're trying to push it as hard as they can. Clarendon on a far side. Looks like Rondebosch have got clear water on Clarendon now. Bennies and St. Stithians look like they've just pulled out a little bit ahead of Selborne. So Bennies has got clear water now on St. Stithians. St. Stithians, though, it looks like there's still overlap between St. Stithians and Selborne. Rondebosch coming back. They're pushing hard, but I think they might have left it a little bit late. Looks like they pulled back a little, but they've still got quarter of a length clear water between Rondebosch and Selborne. Benny's taking it away very nicely. Looks like they're going to have a length of clear water over St. Stithians. Very nicely done, Bennies. There's St. Stithians. Selborne coming through strong. Maybe a length and a half to Selborne. And Rondebosch came back nicely, a length between Selborne and Rondebosch. And here comes Clarendon, about 3 lengths behind Rondebosch.
What's the next number? 125.
Right across from
Do you see anything?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Kate. That's
No worries.
There's something happening there.
umpire 2 for POJ, umpire 2.
Lining up.
Umpire 2 for POJ.
Okay, sorry about that.
Please note at about 400 meters, 250 meters, you've got umpire 1 snagged on the buoy rope between lanes 1 and 2. You will need to steer your crews. Rescue, you've got a premier race bearing down on you. If at all possible, if you could unsnag them as quickly as possible. Wonder what Adrian will say about this.
Is Adrian in that boat?
No.
No, I will be coming back later.
So we're talking to Tina and Sibusiso from the University of Fort Hare. Tina, just tell us what makes Buffalo Regatta such a great race to come to?
As a rower, during the race, when you get tired and you hear the crowds cheering near the finish line, you get more strength and then you're able to finish the race and maybe get a better position in the race.
Sibusiso, I mean, why rowing? Why did you take up rowing? Why not cricket or rugby or anything else? Why rowing?
Rowing is a very hard sport and which requires teamwork for most of the things. It is not an individual work where you can get someone who's perfect and it will carry the team. And then when growing up, we were never exposed to rowing as a sport. Then and I'm grateful for the opportunity to be in rowing here at university level. And I hope to gain more experience so I can row for Team South Africa sometime.
UFH is kind of like, Fort Hare is definitely the leaders as far as development rowing is concerned. What does it feel like to be at the forefront of development rowing and setting the pace in the country?
I'm very happy and I'm very grateful to set up an example and to a lot of amateur rowers that it is possible to row at whatever age it has to row.
Are you significantly snagged?
Significantly snagged. The only other option is cross-cutting the lane.
Are you stuck on the actual lane rope or on a buoy rope?
Lane rope.
Okay, please do not cut at this stage.
Copy that.
Umpire 3 for POJ, umpire 3. Please do not start race 125. Please do not start race 125.
Umpire 1. Great, bearing down and that's 500 meters ahead. We'll have the rescue boat ahead of us. We're going to be facing the outward current and we're going to make ourselves as narrow as possible. Please copy.
Control Commission, if you could please go and stop that St. Benedict's boat from launching. Control Commission, quickly go down and just ask that Benny's boat not to launch so that we have no side traffic in lane 0 in case lane 1 needs lane 0.
Do you want me to make an announcement about that boat?
Great, thanks Sean. I think let's be rather safe than sorry. Thanks.
Umpire 1, 150 meters out. Both people hear us.
Thanks, Umpire 1. Umpire 2's got it under control. Fortunately, it's very competent athletes.
The athletes are being navigated around the boat that is obstructing the lane. the next race will be held until the boat has been freed from the lane ropes. And in the meantime as well, all jetty traffic is being prohibited from getting up to lane 0 to get to their races, just while the race that is coming down, race 124, is going past.
Okay, you can go with 125, but please can you have a conversation with lanes 1 and lane 2? Explain to them that there may be an obstacle and that you will steer them if appropriate.
Right, St. Mary's Brugman, lane 1, Holy Rosary Riemann, lane 2, St. Stithians Cruz, lane 3, Holy Rosary Rutger, lane 4, St. Mary's Price Hughes, lane 5, and St. Mary's McGregor R in lane 6. This is race number 124. I'm not going to make any comments about women drivers. They're doing a fabulous job navigating the obstacles. Junior Women's Under 19s first Sculls. Over 2,000 meters. Placings from heat 1, 2, 3, and 4 from yesterday's races.
Philip, we may have no choice but to cut this lane road. Can you get a crew ready to go out? We're okay for 125 because it's a singles race, but then we've got 2 pairs race afterwards, which might be a bit challenging.
The final of the junior men's under 19 first single scull, switching to channel 2.
Umpire 2 for the JPs, umpire 2.
And race 125 is underway.
Oh, yours, the black frame ones. Oh, no.
Oh, shit, that's what.
Oh, that's so. Oh, we're so sad. Sorry. Oh. So, but can I just say something, right? How many pairs of sunglasses have you lost? Does this tell you about these
No, but they didn't check out. They haven't cut.
So it's not a cable on the ground with the boys they don't snag the top cable.
We still have an unclaimed pair of sunglasses up here at Regatta Control, and we still have at least 2 other pairs missing. So if you do find any errant sunglasses, please do bring them up to Regatta Control. We've got a stream of people looking for theirs, and if you are looking for yours, chances are we've got them up here.
I'm trying to phone Sean. time did 125 start? Umpire 4 for POJC. Umpire 4. Can I confirm, please, that lane 4, St Andrews Girls Lamini is a no-show? Is that correct? I'm sorry, we're struggling to hear you. We've got poor comms from your radio. Sorry, Rory. Is a show or is a no-show? So they've got a full house, all 6 boats? Umpire 1, please advise of your status. Please can someone relay that from umpire 4 to the POJ? We couldn't hear.
Far right, there's a safe box. But he's not moving in. He's got a flag.
Umpire 4, please do not start race 126 yet. Umpire 4, please hold race 126.
The junior men's first sculls coming into view now. The under-19 final, event number 14, over 2,000 meters.
Have a conversation with St Mary's lane 1 and Holy Rosary lane 2 and see if they are comfortable enough to be steered in the last 500.
It's race number 125 with Hilton Emmett in lane 1, Gray Hobson in lane 2, St Albans Howard in lane 3, St Albans de Villiers in lane 4, Kes Williams in lane 5, and St Albans Gonzalez in lane 6. Hilton and Gray in lanes 1 and 2 will be steered around the obstruction.
Rescue, I think you should possibly leave the scenes, that there are less motorboats up there. Is there a boat in lane 1? I can't see with a jetty.
Yeah, they're on that side. It's not in lane 1.
A line at the 2000. Any update from St Mary's and Holy Rosary?
The umpires have done an absolutely fantastic job of steering all the singles around the obstacle on the buoy between lane 1 and 2. And it looks like we've got St Albans in a nice lead, Big Bunch in the middle, and Hobson from Gray at the back. So St Albans Howard with a commanding lead in the Junior 19 first sculls. closely followed by Samuel Williams from King Edwards. Well, I wouldn't say that close. But third, fourth, and fifth looks like it's going to be a straight line. It's a real fight. But Samuel from King Edwards is pulling away. He's going to get second comfortably if nothing goes wrong. Lane 1, Hilton Emmett coming in for third. And St Albans de Villiers coming in for fourth. So St Albans has a reputation for being a sculling school, and as usual they've shown their class. Gray doing a valiant sixth.
White flag. I've just written down 2. Stop micromanaging your umpires, Carol. Noted, thank you. We'll have a radio waiting.
And lined up in the 2K are the junior women's first pairs. And in this pair is Zianda Guamanda, who recently represented South Africa in coastal breach sprints in Namibia at the Commonwealth Regatta. You'll see her in lane 1 for St Mary's. On his way up to the start, we have an athlete who's come from all the way from Kenya to participate in the Buffalo Regatta.
Yeah, I was actually just wondering about.
It's a big welcome to Harrison Malenga.
Coming in, maybe one or two heats still final Saturday coming in. So our first idea is what about Buffalo and you just live in town, more competitive races, we still upside down, some of the moderate case, that we probably like to but I understand that, I'm not offended, I need to know what do they need from the event, that's where we move forward to make it better. So you know, thousands for it, and he said that he's running 500 and he's printing like 10,000, that's what he's saying. And unless I get this feedback, I know that it's very difficult to make it better without people to talk, you know? You've got to make it better, it's got to work for, we've got a range of people, a lot of national sports, 1,000 rules, but it can always be improved, it can always be made better, you know?
Right, race number 126, the final of the junior women's under-19s first pairs is going to be set off. The athletes are comfortable that they will be able to navigate and be steered around the obstacle, which is about 2 minutes away from being cleared. St Mary's Babaya in lane 1, Holy Rosary Nicholson in lane 2, St Mary's Swindler J in lane 3, St Andrew's Girls Glamini in lane 4, St Andrew's Girls Watson in lane 5, and Holy Rosary Thirlwell in lane 6. Right, here come our final of the junior women's first pairs over 2,000 metres. St Mary's Babaya, lane 1. Holy Rosary Nicholson, lane 2. St Mary's Swingler, lane 3. St Andrews Glamini, lane 4. St Andrews Watson, lane 5. And Holy Rosary Thirlwell, lane 6. You need to cheer your ladies on. Here come the men right behind the junior men's under 19 first pairs. Race number 127 bearing down nice and close onto race number 126. In lane 1, we've got boat number 2, Holy Rosary Nicholson. Looking lovely and strong, boat lengths ahead of everyone else. Holy Rosary. We've got St Mary's Swingler in lane 3, heading for the finish line. Race number 127 hot on the heels of race number 126. Race number 126 crossing the finish line now. Right, race 127, we've got St Stephen's Daphne in lane 1, we've got St Benedict's Bowland in lane 3, St Convent lane 4, St Stephen's Taylor lane 5, and St Benedict's in lane 7. And here they come, they're coming through. It's number 1, St Stithians Duffin crossing the line.
Thank you, well managed. Thank you.
Race number 128 is underway. It is the final of the junior men's under 19 second Coxed Fours. In lane 1, carrying ballast, Kes Moret, also sporting a yellow card for late Cox weigh-in. Lane 2, St John's Rosmarin. Lane 3, St Benedict's Crotts. Lane 4, Bishop's James. Lane 5, St Benedict's Bastos with ballast, and also yellow card for late Cox weigh-in. And Sachs Carstens in lane 6, also a yellow card for late Cox weigh-in. .128. So 126 and 127 almost rode through.
Okay, Commercial Control Commission.
Umpire 4, unfortunately we don't have another radio at this stage. We're going to try and make a plan and get one tomorrow.
We're cycling for umpire 1.
Umpire 4, we can hear you fine now. I don't know if it was maybe just, I don't know. But you're okay, we can hear you now.
Alana could barely hear me at that point, so I'm going to pick up umpire 1's radio.
Perfect, thank you.
Actually, it's Alana 2000, I'll tell the other one that I can hear you. This radio hates me.
But how about you move your ass and get back for race 129?
Chatting to Jake Green, last year's winner of the Silver Sculls. Jake, coming down to the Buffalo Regatta again this year. Just nice being here. What are you looking forward to in the Sculls this year?
Well, the Silver Sculls, it's one of the biggest races in the country, and I'm really looking forward to this year. We have some of the best scullers in South Africa racing in this year's event, and obviously I'm looking forward to get the win. But it's going to be quite tough out there. But that's why we come down here. I always want to, race the best and have the best racing at the end of the day. So really looking forward to the final. Hopefully win it again.
Jake, just as far as Buffalo Regatta is concerned, in your opinion, what makes this event unique and such an amazing event?
Well, we have to start with the heritage. This regatta goes all the way back to the 1800s. The Grand Challenge of the Silver Sculls started in 1881. So it's one of the oldest events in the country across all sports. And then from then, because of that, you get the best races down here, especially as mentioned before, Silver Sculls and the Grand Challenge. And the event's quite packed, a lot of schoolboys, a lot of club rowers, university rowers. So the atmosphere is always fantastic. And the Buffalo River with its tides and unpredictable weather adds another dynamic to the racing that makes the regatta very, very interesting and very dynamic to race.
Jay Green, all the best. Thanks for the chat, and good luck with your race.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Yes, but umpire 2 is up at the 2000 and I don't want to delay the race, so umpire 2 will take 129.
A 128 is coming into view. 129 is being set up.
Just below the barge. 50 meters below the barge.
I don't know. You can't set up a race there. No, it's got to be more towards the centre.
So just to confirm, 2 is taking 129, so 3 going to take 130 and 4 will take 131.
That's heading up there now.
No, because you're going to get to the 2000 before umpire 3 is bringing down the race, so you will take 160.
I might do.
Copy that.
There we go. Sure. I'm going to give this back to you for now. Approaching the clubhouse now, we've got race number 128. It's event number 19, the final of the junior men's under-19 Second Coxed Fours over 2,000 meters. Maria Kez in lane 1, St. John's Rosmarin in lane 2, Crotts St. Benedict's lane 3, James from Bishops in lane 4, Bastos from St. Benedict's in lane 5, and Carstens from Sachs in lane 6. St. Benedict's in lane 3, well ahead of the rest of the pack.
Race 129 under a license.
And under aligners orders race number 129 further upstream, 2,000 meters to be exact, junior men's under 19 second Coxless Fours. And 129 is off. Sachs Khan in lane 2, St. John's January, lane 3, Rondebosch Bartram, lane 4, St. Benedict's Vandenberg, lane 5. Let's have a look out for those.
Liner 2000 for DJs. Try, I think you're going to struggle with umpire vegetation. That might be your limiting factor. Is your marshal up there mobile? In a boat that might cope as an umpire's boat?
I want to ask you, yes, my best, copy that.
DJ go.
Always be coxed. They always used to have a steersman in there. And at Henley one year, a clever club came up with the fact that maybe they would win if their cocks jumped out. And there was no rules stopping them. So the cocks jumped out, and sure enough, the crew won. And that was the invention of Coxless Fours. Now, Coxless Fours in the junior events is a relatively new category. And we see here coming down in lane 2, Sachs, and in lane 3, St. John's, lane 4, Rondebosch, lane 5, Benny's. They're a slightly faster boat. You've got to be a little bit sharper on the catch to be able to get in with the speed of the boat. A Coxed Four, you can imagine, with 55 kilos sitting in the bow, it's a lot slower. So between strokes, you have a lot of time to be able to get that blade in. Looking down at the race course now, it looks like we've got Benny's with a slight lead. They look like they've got a length and a half on Rondebosch. Looks like St. John's sitting in second. And it looks like Sachs and Rondebosch are roughly equal. And Peanut Gallery in the back says they need to row faster. Benny's look like they've got quite a commanding lead now. Look like they've got at least 2 lengths clear water. And the 3 behind them look fairly close. St. John's in second, with maybe a length on Sachs and Rondebosch.
Can I just confirm 128? Did you have a full pass on the finish line?
No, we're not changing that to change you. Just changing setting, but making up the sound.
Does anyone here cycle?
Cycle?
Didn't cycle yet, but I do cycle.
Badly. Do you cycle?
We had a UJ colour who capsized because of a bucket in the water. He's
Let me know when you
he's on his way up. I didn't get a number, unfortunately.
Now, the added difficulty to a Coxless boat means that they can't see. So the little obstacle that we had earlier when the umpire's boat was stuck on a buoy, it's a bit of a major train smash when you're in a boat where you can't see, because rowers, unlike paddlers, row backwards. Okay, Benny's look like they've got a commanding lead. There looks like 2 lengths of clear water. We've still got St. John's in second, and still Sachs and Rondebosch lying in third and fourth behind them. Benny's look like they're rating 32. Also St. John's 32.
I think that's the chap that's going to be excluded if it was the athlete of colour.
So Rondebosch rating a little bit more at 34. Looks like they're doing a push, which is fairly standard at the creek. So the creek is 700 meters to go, so they should start to hear the crowd sitting on the top of the Elba building. Bennies are getting their teeth into it. You can see that they're working towards the finish now. They don't just want to lead, they want a commanding lead. Say that Rondebosch has got a slight nose ahead of Sachs, but maybe half a length. They're now working on St. John's. Rondebosch have got a very nice rhythm. They picked it up to 34.
Yeah, he said umpire 1 back on.
Benny's still fairly relaxed. Rondebosch up again, that's 36. St. John's are now answering. They've picked up their rating. They're on 34, but Rondebosch look like they've got a little bit of boat speed there. They're pushing on St. John's. But Sachs are not giving up. I would say there's almost no overlap now between St. John's and Sachs, and Rondebosch are about half a length down on St. John's. Rondebosch have got that higher rating waxed. Oh, they're coming a little bit close. There might be a little bit of a clash there. Overlap between the blades, that takes some maneuvering when you're doing that in a Coxless boat. St. John's been called out. They're in the wrong place. They're moving over into Rondebosch's lane. It's close. Who's going to get through this clash best? Don't stop, Rondebosch. You've got to be aggressive and get through that clash. It's about who gets through it best.
No, it is not. That is the worst announcing I've ever heard. That is absolutely not the rules of racing.
No, but if you clash...
No, Rondebosch was out of their water. They are in the wrong.
Okay, so here comes St. John's. Rondebosch coming right on them. Nice racing, gents. That was a very close race for second, third, and fourth.
I'm forced to be there shortly. Yeah, so up at the top, you see the...
So coming down, they're roughly at the 1-5 are the ladies B singles. In lane 1, we have Elgin. Nice to see a sculler down here from Elgin. They have a lovely dam down in the Western Cape. Then in lane 2 and 3, we've got UJ, and lane 4 and 5, Tux, and lane 6, Tux.
Rory, are you please able to have a conversation with him? There's some confusion. So this athlete, whoever he is not Carlson, okay, which is as per the draw. But it is the same athlete that rode the heat this morning. But what we're trying to establish is where or when the name change was done. Because if it was done this morning, that is a scratching and a late entry, and he should not have been allowed to race the heat. But we have no record of that, of a name change. So please, can you confirm with him when he did the name change?
Has Elgin
Is there any, I know this is really weird, is there any way that you could announce from in there, looking out
can't
of
see.
that? Then can you go over there?
In the RMB Sculls.
Has lane 1 scratched? Can somebody tell me? You needed to stand there.
No.
Can somebody tell me in lane 1 this race has Elgin scratched? I only see 5 scullers. Damn. Well, it looks like there's a bit of a weaving around, because in lane 2 and 3 I should be seeing orange, but I don't see a lane 1, which I gather Elgin unfortunately has scratched. So I'm guessing that in the lead here is Tux, and they've moved out of lane 4 and are currently in lane 2. Gents, the 2 spotters, can you see the lane number on the girl in front?
UJ Coach, please urgently come to POJ at Regatta Control. UJ Coach, please urgently come to Regatta Control to speak with POJ.
Umpire 3, if you talk to their line at the 2000, he's got the full picture.
Nadia. What are the 2 jobs
UJ Coach, please come to POJ at Regatta Control.
Andrew,
urgently.
Can you tell me which lane number's in the lead of this race? Okay, so Tux, 9th. So you've got Jaden Pretorius, Emma Morgans, and Catherine McConnell. So I'm guessing it's sorry? Oh, that would be Elba.
Rika Fazer. It's Rika.
Oh, is it Rika? So it is Elgin. Okay, so I was correctly informed that Elgin had scratched. They haven't scratched. In fact, they're in the lead commandingly. So well done, Rika. I'd say that's at least 8 lengths that she's got
from St Andrews
on Tux.
Girls, please. A representative from St Andrews
So it's Elgin
Girls
first,
to come
Tux
for some
second,
lost
and
property
UJ third.
at
Very nice, ladies.
Regatta Control.
And that's definitely not the 36 we saw in the first race. 20 rating, quite possibly. Very comfortable. I think she might have done this a few times before. Picking it up slightly to go over the finish line with class. Very nice, Rika.
A white Lincoln X-Trail, part one of the yacht club, looks like it belongs to a Regatta equipment, FY82860EC, your lights are on. Regatta equipment, part one of the yacht club, a white Lincoln X-Trail, FY82860EC, your lights are on. Advised Lincoln Australia, registration FYN286EC is most probably a regatta official passed down at the yacht club. Your vehicle lights are on.
Race 131 coming into view now of the clubhouse. It is the final of the senior men's B Sculls, event number 22. Over 2,000 meters, we've got ABC Malenga all the way from Kenya. He's been rowing for 1 year only. He's in lane 1. Look out for that. Lane 2, Tux Mursich. Lane 3, Tux Kinsey. Lane 5, UJ Herodin. And lane 6, Alfred's Beard. Malenga lane 1, Tux Mursich lane 2, Tux Kinsey lane 3, UJ Herodin lane 4, Alfred's lane 6, Beard. And Kinsey lane 3, looking good. And ABC Malenga, fantastic, rowing for 1 year only in lane 1.
I think they're far away.
That's the guy who what was that minute when
Three, can we clear the race? Thank you. Sorry, couldn't see you.
That's the inner tube for a 29-inch. No, it's a proper, it's a standard one. Yes, but the 99, whatever, it just looks a bit how they named it. That one, okay, that's probably the circumference. It's a spin type. It just looks like a different. That's your model. That's
What is the song? Because I don't know it. Okay, let me see if it's on that system. I don't know. It's not mine, so we'll have it. Okay, so are you saying from someone to great? Look, the system is there, so whatever's on there, and most likely it's on there. Oh, you're joking. Okay, I don't think it's going to happen. Sorry. Is it on? It's on.
So well done there to Kenya for coming first with a very tight tussle in that men's B single. Very nice to have you here. Harrison from Arundel Rowing Club in Kenya. And well done. Oh, did he come second? Sorry, my mistake. But it was so close I thought he'd won. It was a fantastic race. Well done, gents.
No. I'm saying it's not a good idea. It's not a good idea. Oh, yes, for the yes, that's good. Second Sculls, race number 132, St. Stithians Pronk in lane 1, Somerset Cock lane 2, VLC Wetzelaar lane 3, and St. Stithians Griesel in lane 6, lane 4 and lane 5.
Okay, so we should be at the 1,000 now. Those are one. Should be at the one. No, he's in Grandstown, but so it's a family thing. So we have a rule that birthdays and Christmas, you do get like material gifts, but you have to be given an experience.
Okay.
So he's like he runs comrades and whatever. His knees are poked. He started riding a lot, conscious training just to stop running. So he mountain bikes a lot, but he's not other than like they're disqualified and he's not like he's very introverted, so he doesn't like big events and anyway. So first Christmas gift, and the girls and I entered in the Herald mountain bike race. And it's going to be extreme, like it's very technical, like he's going to be like he's fast, like he's super fit and very rough, but he's going to rock up in like shorts and t-shirt, like he doesn't have a kit, and he's got like an old bike, and he's not like anything of it, 96 the year time, but now he's suddenly woken up to the fact that he needs to sort his bike out, so he's trying to get fast.
Best is when he buys that too. Just
no, well, I'm not. We can't get this stuff away.
Race number 133, the final of the junior men's under 19 second Sculls. These placings from heats 1 to 6 yesterday. Kes Claro in lane 1, St. Benedict's Daniel in lane 2, St. John's Mutetwa in lane 3, Ronda Bosch lane 4 scratched, JP Spanos lane 5, and St. Benedict's Krotz lane 6. St. John's Mutetwa lane 3 looking strong, but keep your eye on lane 1, Kes Claro. That would be close. And it's lane 3, St. John's Mutetwa.
drivers are so according to me it should be umpire 3, but umpire 3 thinks it's you guys.
Talking to Paige Bardenhorst, RMB national rower. Paige, last year you went down to the Cambridge Regatta. You took honours for for South Africa. What was it like being out there? I mean, that was probably the most prestigious race in the world.
Yeah, it was definitely special to be a part of the Oxford-Cambridge boat race. It's one of the most watched regattas across the world, so it was a huge honour. And I was in the boat with 3 Olympians, so it was a really special opportunity to learn from some of the best oarswomen in the world.
Just talking about today's event, the Buffalo, where are you guys looking at leaving your mark?
So I'm racing in the women's senior single and also the women's senior double. Yeah, really excited to see how we've had our heats already. So the sculling final is coming up now, and then our final double final is later.
Paige Bardenhorst, hope you have a good road today and good luck.
Thank you so much.
Race number 134 underway. It's the Masters Sculls. It is a heat, but it is a final. In lane 1, we've got Alfred's Jean. In lane 2, Old Ed's Wood. In lane 3, Joachim. In lane 4, Alfred's Brown. In lane 5, Elgin Barrett. And lane 6, Elgin van Schalkwijk.
So is it 1,000?
Race 135 is underway. It's heat 2 of the Masters Sculls. It is also a final. Coming into view of the clubhouse now is heat 1 of the Masters Sculls. Each heat is a final. It is over 1,000 meters.
time. You've still got 106 to go for 1,000, and bearing in mind that there are some F and Ns. All the athletes in that
Empire 1, announcing the start date 156. We have 3 crews, lane 2, lane 4, and lane 6. Lane
I think you have to run from not mobile.
This is 134. That's 135. 135. Race number 135 coming into view of the clubhouse now. It's heat 2 of the Masters Sculls. Each heat is a final. We have 3 heats in this event number 25. That's race 134, which is just finished, 135, which is on the water now, and 136, which is under aligner's orders. So race 135, Alfreds de Nicola is in lane 1, Leander Hartwanger, lane 2, Alfreds Mulman, lane 3, Ravens Riccardi, lane 4, Hilton Steenkamp, lane 5, and Alfreds Murphy, lane 6.
This is the 8th,
No, pairs.
Oh, sure. Thank you so much. This is 135, 136 the start. They're very close on each other and they're all at the 1,000 mark. That's why they're much closer together. They're 1K race, number 2K race. Hello.
This was found on the road. There's a driver's license card.
Isn't someone around here? Take my call. So just
Koch. We are looking for you at the regatta control. Koch, we need you at regatta control. Miss R. Koch, we need you at regatta control.
Standing by, Adrian.
She's a rower for, I think, one of the...
Adrian, go to the time box and Sergio standing by for you. Obviously can't hear you already.
So Carol Williamson from Hudson Park. All flat out?
Otherwise, I think I can probably
Heat 3 of the Masters Sculls. Heading for the finish line now.
Let your mind wander for a moment to a place that redefines natural beauty, a place that has remained untamable for generations, a place that is truly wild. This is home to tranquility and adventure. It is where you find sanctuary. It is where you find yourself. Here along the stretch of South Africa's eastern coastline, there are treasures to be found. They cannot be held, but they are seen and felt in every inch of this unspoiled land. Ikhaya lamaXhosa. This place is home to Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, and like him, it has lessons to teach us all. Here we are all witnesses to the artistry of nature, and its wonders are waiting for you. This is not just a place that is ripe for tourism. This is true escape, true adventure. This is the Wild Coast. Wamkelekile.
This is 137, yes, and then 138 is lining up now as far as I know.
Fantastic, thanks Sean. If there's any possibility of you getting to the top for 1 point, if they can get back into sequence.
Chatting to Lincoln Goodwin, Selborne Rowing. Lincoln, just what the heck are you doing in a dustbin in the boathouse?
Well, it's an ice bath. It's to help you regenerate or get your muscles back to where it was with the racing straight after.
Just talk us through your race, the last one you guys were on. How was it out there?
We came third. I think we did really well. It's, I think we could have done a lot better, but I think it was a really good race.
As far as the rest of the day is concerned, what's your next race coming up?
The quads, and I'm hoping that we come second or first in that one.
All the best for that one. Hope to see you guys on the water. Hope you guys do well.
Thanks.
Yeah, 137 is coming down, and they're lining up 138 at the moment. That hasn't been dodging my
It's not a problem for the camera if the motorboat goes over the line, eh?
The camera?
There's no camera, eh? Just hold on for the pump.
I'm not sure if you can see that. It's very nice photos from the right.
The camera's not yeah, Philip, that's fine. Thanks. Just be aware of the women's 8K is behind you. Philip, did you copy that? Could have gone down in the middle of the course. Holding on?
Umpire 1 to get
Umpire 1?
With attention, umpire, can you please confirm the next race that will be taken down? Is it 139 or 141?
And according to me, I think umpire 4 should have taken 138, and you guys should take 139. And we took down, who's bringing down 137? No, you can't go 137. We did not copy that, please repeat.
Umpire 1 has taken up to 136, and then just the change over at umpire, you scheduled to take down 140.
And you'll take down Bringing down women's A pairs, bringing down 137.
Race number 137, the senior women's A pairs over 2,000 meters. This is a final. Race number 138 approaching the clubhouse now. It is the final of the senior men's A pairs over 2,000 meters. Placings from heat 1 and 2. UCT lane 1, O'Brien. Lane 2, Tux Lateghan. Lane 3, Tux Tor, featuring Tor and Mitchell from the national squad. Lane 4, Tux Bontais. Lane 5, Tux Lemaitre, and Lane 6, UJ Jackson. Race 139 has just been let off. I think we're going to be having Kate Godfrey commentating that one for us.
Where's the sixth boat? Where's the other boat gone? Also, I heard umpire. Twice. Yeah. No, 2. So 1 and 2. And the 8.
Yes.
They're doing okay.
Definitely one first. It looks like third. Third at the moment.
It's hard to say, but I would say 3rd or 4th. No, they're definitely not going to come last. I think 1 and 6 are behind, and then there's I think like lane 4 it looks is in front, and then the others are more or less. It's just hard from this angle.
Race number 139, it's the finals, a final only of the junior men's under 16 Coxed Eights. A very exciting race with lots and lots of horsepower on the water. Bishop's Breslin in lane 1, Selborne Wetton in lane 2, St Benedict's Bastos lane 3, St Stithians Rowlands lane 4, St John's Batley lane 5, and Kes Parvis lane 6. Right now, it's looking like St Benedict's Bastos lane 3 is leading, with Selborne lane 2 and St Stithians lane 4 fighting it out for second position.
Who's that? Oh.
Can you repeat, sorry?
So I would say now they're dicing 4th and 5th.
any of the valves, but we do it. Thank you.
Yeah, that's not that much. That's not fair.
St. Benedict's Bastos, lane 3, looking nice and strong. And it looks like St. Stithians, lane 4, comfortably second place.
Is that St. Stithians colours? Yes, so.
Start of race 141, final of the 19, the double sculls. Switching to turn 2, 4,
Sorry, St. Stithians, lane 4, leading the pack. And St. John's, lane 5. Coming second, let's have a look. Lane 4 crosses the lines, St. Stithians, Rowlands. Followed by St. John's, Batley.
You're going to have to row hard for fourth.
St. Benedict's Bastos and Selborne and Kes fighting it out for 5th position. Selborne lane 2, Kes lane 6. Looks like Selborne is inching ahead and they cross the line just ahead of Kes. Bishop's lane 1 still on the course.
Talking to Bob Judelson, is one of the Saints supporters, all the way from Gauteng. Bob, coming down here to the Buff, what brings you down here?
So this year my son is racing in the under-16s. There's fantastic rivalry between them and St. Benedict's. And so it's really exciting. Yesterday was fantastic in the Selborne sprints. Today's going to be really good with the big boy races now at for 2,000 meters for each race. So it's going to be really cool.
As a parent, in your opinion, what makes the Buffalo different from Rudderplaat, boat race, etc.?
So Rudderplaat is excellent, but I must say the atmosphere here is just off the charts. I think with the stands like they are right on the water, the vibe of all South African schools, better competition from the coastal schools as well because there's no altitude handicap. It's amazing, and so you really get proper racing here. So we love it, and it's just a fantastic, magical vibe.
Bob, thanks for coming down and good luck for today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, great job.
The final of the Junior Women's Under-19 First Doubles is underway. It is race number 140 with St. Andrews Girls Le Monde in lane 1, St. Stithians Girls Cruise in lane 2, St. Mary's Price Hughes in lane 3, Holy Rosary Riemann in lane 4, Holy Rosary Rutger in lane 5, and St. Mary's Brugman in lane 6. Holy Rosary Riemann lane 4, well ahead of the rest of the field in this race. It is the finals of the Junior Women's Under-19 First Doubles, race number 140. Lane 2, St. Stithians, and Lane 5, Holy Rosary, battling it out for second position. It's going to be very, very close, but it is St. Stithians crossing ahead of Holy Rosary. Followed by St. Mary's Brugman, St. Andrew's Lamont, we've just finished 140. 141.
Just finished one
Judge, the finish is just busy. Can the POJ assist?
Got any action?
Did you get a start for 142?
Yeah.
142.
Yeah, we did. 142 running.
Okay, coming down just past 1,000, hitting 700 meters, is the Junior 19 first doubles. Looks like St. Albans Aiden, which is in lane 3, is lying ahead, closely followed by St. Albans de Villiers. And then dicing it out for 3rd, 4th, and 5th, we have the 2 Hilton crews, Emmett and Thompson, and St. Alders Nunn. When I can get a clear look at lane 1, I'll tell you where they are too. St. Albans, so lying in lane 1 is Grey. Looks like, unfortunately, they're lying in last at the moment, but I can see them pushing hard. St. Albans Aiden looks like they've got clear water on 2nd, which is St. Albans de Villiers. Looking very relaxed and in control there. That's the beauty of rowing, is you're looking behind at the competition. So you just have to see when they're doing a push, and you just put those legs down and do a little bit more to stay ahead. But St. Albans de Villiers is pushing hard. They picked up their rating, they're doing a push. That's a nice turn of boat speed from de Villiers. They've just taken a length of Hilton Emmett. So now that de Villiers, St. Albans has pulled ahead of Hilton Emmett, they've got about a length and a half on them. So we've got Hilton lying in 3rd, St. Albans Nunn lying in 4th, Hilton Thompson in 5th, Grey in 6th, but it's very close because those Hilton crews, Hilton Thompson pushing hard on St. Albans. Nice takeaway from Hilton Aiden, picking up their rating very nicely. Picking up to about 34. And second, St. Albans and Grey out in front, picking their rating up. Well done, Grey. They managed to pull it through and get 4th. Here comes Hilton Thompson to get 5th, and St. Albans Nunn getting 6th. Sorry?
St. Albans coach, please come to CPOJ. St. Albans coach to CPOJ at Regatta Control.
Next up is the women B double.
Port St. John's to Storms River. From Willamore to Tiffendale. Breathtaking sunsets from Gologa Mouth. The thriving flora of the Wild Coast. The most beautiful mountainous villages of Hawksburg. Cinematic landscapes. Rich historic landmarks. The Eastern Cape, your film destination of choice.
Canoni. I don't know. With a name? Canone. And Sipe and Charlotte in the UJ boat doing well. And then Emma and Jaden in the Tux boat with a nice comfortable lead, rating about 28. As I said, that's the beauty of being in a rowing boat. You look behind of your competition and you can judge how much you have to work. So Jaden and Emma pulling away comfortably in their first position. But Caitlin and Catherine, the two cats in the Tux boat, are trying to catch up desperately to UJ. UJ look like they're rating around 28-30, but the boat behind them rating 34, so they're obviously trying to really reel that boat in as hard as they can. Nice bit of suspension going from that number one boat, Emma and Jaden. You can see them place their blades, and then you see their bodies lift as they get the weight onto the end of their blades and out of the boat. It's a very efficient way of rowing. If your weight is sitting heavily on your seat, it's a lot more work. The UJ is still pushing hard in second to keep that Tux boat away from them. So with an outgoing tide, which we've currently got, the middle lanes are definitely the fastest, but this is a tidal river, so when the tide changes, that means the middle lanes are no longer the fastest lanes, and life becomes a lot more interesting. There's UJ taking a sneaky peek to see where they are compared with the lead boat, but Tux has got a couple of more strokes to get over the line. Well done, ladies, nice and comfortable. But UJ pulled out a comfortable lead from Tux Breitenbach. Nicely done, ladies. Just seen one of the rowers fishing a plastic bottle out of the water. Well done. So everybody please be aware of your litter. If you leave it on the floor, it's going to land up in the sea. So it's very important that everybody picks up their litter. Don't let it fall out of your boat. Don't kick it in the water. If you see it lying there, please pick it up. Just a quick shout out to our sponsors. We've got RMB, thank you very much for all of your help. The Eastern Cape Department of Arts and Culture, who is sponsoring our development rowers. We've got really big and successful development programs here in the Eastern Cape. And Buffalo City Tourism, who is helping with the live streaming. And the TV program that will be coming out in a couple of weeks watch the space. It will be advertised on social media as to when the program will come out. And up at the entrance gate, we've got Remax Border helping collect the entries. All that money will go towards looking after our rowing community. Next up, we have the men's B doubles. In lane 2, we have Jacana. Now, I don't know if this is a Xhosa spelling. So if it's a Xhosa spelling, he's Kolo. And in Nklasa, Kanyisa and Nklasa. And then in tucks in lane 3, Matthew Ward and Joubert Smith. And in lane 4, we have tucks, Patrick Kinsey and Sasha Morsik. And in lane 5, we have Buffalo, Lunga Msetwa, and Nati Nkwelo. As you said, our development program in the Eastern Cape is quite strong. So we've got Fort Hare, who's recently made their comeback to rowing, and they're very strong at the moment, good numbers, and their skills are getting better all the time. And then in lane 5, Lunga, he came from Namato. He's now coaching at Buffalo Rowing Club, and he's also representing South Africa in the coastal beach sprint rowing, and has been to Tunisia and to Namibia taking part in the Commonwealth Regatta. And his doubles partner, Nati, came from the Walter Sisulu rowing program. Okay, thank you. Okay, looking at these doubles, it looks like Tux Kinsey in lane 4 has just pulled out a little bit of a lead. Then it looks like Buffalo Msetwa sitting in second, and in third it looks like we've got Ward from Tux. Fourth we have Fort Hare. Coming up to the halfway mark, the 1K.
Junior men's first Coxed Fours and Second Eights. Your Cox weigh-ins have opened. Junior men's first Coxed Fours and Second Eights. Your Cox weigh-ins have opened. Please, let's not sport any yellow cards.
So Lunga Msetwa, he started out with Namato Rowing Club, which is a township rowing club in Port Alfred. Looks like Tux Kinsey has pulled out at least 2 lengths of clear water as they come up to the creek at the 700 meters. And it's still very close between Lunga for Buffalo and Matthew for Tux for second and third. Looks like Tux have put in a push, and they're fighting hard with Buffalo. Yeah. Very nice dice going on here for second, but Fort Hare are doing fantastically. They're not far behind at all. This is a step up for them, because up until now they've been doing all C races, C's and D's. So they're stepping up to the plate and going into B's, and I have to say they're doing a grand job of hanging in with these guys. Buffalo having to work a little bit harder, being on an outside lane in an outgoing tide. Quite tricky by the creek there because it gets very shallow, and when it's shallow water, the water goes a lot slower. So if I was Tux, this is where I'd be pushing. But I can see Lunga's already thought of that, and he's doing a nice fat push, trying to stay ahead of them. Tux Kinsey rating 22. Sorry, racing 32. Buffalo 33, 34. Tux Ward pushing that rating up. Yep, they're heading up to 36 rapidly. They're going past the 500 now. Looks like Buffalo have got a little bit of clear water. When you have a little bit of clear water, that gives you just a little bit of space and breathing room to try and focus on your sequencing and your technique, and to just keep that person behind you. Tux Kinsey picking it up. They can smell that finishing line. Very nice, gents. We've got Tux Kinsey, Buffalo Tletwa, and Tux Ward, followed by Fort Hare Jacana. Now, half the trick with rowing, it's not just about how hard you pull in the water, it's what you do when you're out of the water. So if you don't make good use of that boat speed, then that boat will slow down dramatically while you're out of the water. Tux Kinsey coming into the line, a comfortable lead. Buffalo and Tletwa sitting on top of the Tux in third. Very nice job, gents. So I'm sure the Buffalo kids will be very proud of their coach as he comes over the line in second. And here comes Tux Ward in third. And a few lengths behind, we have Fort Hare Jacana. Guys, for the first time in 3 days, the sun is out. Please lube up and put sun cream on. We don't want any crispy faces or sunstroke, please. Well done, Fort Hare. Great job. Now, the boat they're rowing is a boat called Batten, and the reason it's called Batten because it was rowed by the Batten sisters in the UK, Miriam and Gwyn, both UK national squad rowers. Both of them medalled in World Championships and the Olympics, and they donated their boat to Buffalo Rowing Club, and now Buffalo Rowing Club use it to give back and start other rowing clubs rowing. Okay, who's in this final for the women? I need the draw for the people in the men and women's final. I need to know who's in this race. I can't, no I don't. Thank you. Okay, we've got a very exciting race coming up now, the women's A race. Lane 1, we have Kerry Grundling. And lane 2, Courtney Wesley. Lane 3, Catherine Williams. Lane 4, we have Paige Bardnorst. And in lane 5, Nadia Gaspari. Lane 6, Chloe Cresswell. Very interesting information. Paige Bardnorst was a Cambridge Blue. They broke the record in their boat race. Nadia Gaspari apparently is a fiendish nut about sunglasses and has named her dogs after sunglasses, Oakley and Riley, I gather. No, I've got a tea flask somewhere. Courtney Wesley is a St Andrews Old girl and rode at the under-23s in the double. With Catherine Williams, and they made the A final. So these are awesome ladies. And also, we have a big lot of talent spotting happening with our ladies, and they often get talent spotted by American universities. We have many of our rowers going off to Yale and to Princeton, and then they come back to compete in South Africa, which is absolutely brilliant. Got a very close dice here between the two Tux ladies. Catherine and Paige dicing it out. Now you can see, because they're in lanes 3 and 4, they were the favourites. We've got a half a length. Catherine looks like she's going to take it. Pulling away clear water in the last few strokes. Very nice, ladies. Fantastic job, nice dice. Now these ladies are all national squad, supported by RMB. Very nice, Courtney coming in third. Then we have UJ. This is Nadia of the sunglasses. Doing a good job pushing away from Chloe in lane 6. And in lane 1, Kerry fighting hard. Very nice row, ladies. So the American universities are very keen on our ladies. Clarendon currently has 3 ladies at American universities. They don't offer a lot of sweep or in the South African schools, but when they get to America, they're all rowing in 8s and pairs. They're sweep hall basot. We've even had a Clarendon girl being captain of Yale University. Right, now this is the big one for the boys. This is the silver sculls. Now this is a massive silver trophy. And in lane 1 we have Lebo Mokasing. In lane 2 we have Luke Defan from UJ. And lane 3 we have Jake Green. In lane 4, Murray Bales Smith for UJ. And lane 5, we have Christopher Baxter. Lane 6, he's from Tux. Adrian Fenter from Tux. We've got a couple of, Murray is a local, he's from PE. He's also been to a World Champs. Luke is a Western Caper. I think he was ex-Rondebosch, and I think Murray was an ex-Grey rower. These guys are also national squad supported by RMB. Murray went to Worlds with Lebo Mokaseng, who's in lane 1. So they're dicing it out, having been in a double together. And Chris Baxter is a Kes old boy and current under-23 world champion and world record holder in the men's pair. Jake Green has been to both the Rio and the Tokyo Olympics. So this is some quality rowing we're seeing in front of us. And the trophy is what they're fighting for. You may have seen it online. It's massive, it's silver, and it's the pinnacle of South African rowing. So it looks like we've got Tux Green using his experience to get himself just a nose ahead of Murray, but only a nose ahead. Is really very tight. So Jake and Murray dicing it out in first and second, shortly followed by Christopher Baxter in third. Lying fourth, we have Luke. Now Luke has won Buffalo before as a junior in J19. Fifth, we have Lebo for UJ, and sixth, we have Adrian for Tux. So this is tight. Now, Jake is a heavyweight, Murray is a lightweight, and there's always that debate as to which is faster, lightweight or heavyweight. In this particular battle, at the moment, it's Jake, but he's only got half a length in it, and he's having to really work that lightweight away. Rating 34. Murray just underrating him a touch at 33. Murray takes a sneaky look across, but Jake's just trying to keep that nose ahead. We're coming up into the last 100 meters and really close stroke for stroke. Little bit of a headwind, which makes it a bit easier for a heavyweight, but Murray's not giving up. He's pushing him every stroke, and you see Jake is having to work. Now he's putting on the gas. Nice turn of speed from Jake. He's pulled out half a length. Little bit of clear water now. Murray's going to have to pick it up if he wants to catch him up. And well done, Jake, finishing with half a length of clear water. Then Murray, very nice. Followed by Christopher Baxter, and then Luke in fourth. So Luke in fourth, Lebo in fifth, Adrian coming up the back, but these gents had to fight hard to get into a final at all. So the fact that they're here at all is big kudos. Now coming up after this top level rowing, we've got the C race. This is fours. We've got a women's C quad from Fort Hare rowing with a men's C quad from Buffalo Rowing Club and a men's four from Leander. So in this race, you've got fours and quads rowing against each other. You don't get any benefit in points or anything from having a boat with only 4 oars. And you also don't get any benefit whether you have a...
Speaking to Tiago Loureiro, the national coach, RMB national coach. Tiago, coming down to the Buff Regatta. Weather not playing along, pretty wet down here, but I mean, you guys are in good spirit?
Yeah, the first 2 days it was pretty wet, but today seems to be holding up. Water conditions are good. I believe there's some heavy winds predicted for later, but it's the Buffalo Regatta. We are prepared for everything and anything.
Just talking about up-and-coming talent, a lot of talent yesterday in the Selborne sprints. Your thoughts on up-and-coming talent moving people into the national squad?
Absolutely. I mean, we post Tokyo, we have started from scratch, so it's very cool to see how the national squad has increased. So obviously we're in our training state, so we're still choosing who is going to represent their countries. But the women are up to 7 members currently, and you will see them later today in the single scull final. But looking good. But I think beyond that is the diversity and inclusivity in schools rowing, in clubs rowing, in university rowing. I think that's probably a better topic to identify as a good thing.
And then the Grand Challenge coming up today, who are you going to put your money on?
I'll reserve my judgment as who I'll be putting my money on. There are 3 boats. There's 2 Tux boats and there's 1 UJ boat out there that will be fighting for their lives and for obviously the trophy. We have tried something new. We've included more club rowers, club university rowers to the events to fill up those 3 boats. So there are 3 even boats, and they'll be fighting tooth and nail to see who gets that top trophy in that top spot.
Thanks, Tiago.
Thank you.
Jara, the ladies quad coming up behind them. Now, the gentlemen who are rowing currently for Leander, the majority of them actually started out rowing with Buffalo, and it's great that Leander has taken them under their wing because now we have 2 development clubs in East London. And they're doing a very nice job, rowing very nicely. Now, coming up behind this race is an extremely exciting race. We have Masters 8s coming up. Now, this year, for the first time ever, we have World Masters happening in South Africa. We're expecting to have 10,000 bums on seats at World Masters, which will be approximately 3,000 athletes. There is going to be so many races, there are only going to be 3 minutes between each race. And every single race will be a medal-winning race. And for the first time in a Masters race, they're having what they call inclusion doubles. And an inclusion doubles means that one of the people in the double is disabled. And we've got a really fantastic lineup in the Masters Eights as well, several national squads. You'll see in the Old Eds crews being stroked by Sizwe Ndlovu, gold medal winner in 2012. Behind him is Bruce Turvey, who was also in the national squad. In that boat we also have Zach Wood and Rob Duhamel, Andrew Craig, who I know as Blade, and Brad Smith. Funnily enough, I've coxed most of these people. And coxing them is Lindsay Van Aert, who is a local girl, went to Clarendon, and her dad was the head coach at Selborne for many, many years. Thankfully, her husband, who's also rowing in the boat, is not opposite her. He's somewhere in the middle, which is, I can tell you, is not a good idea when your husband's rowing and you're coxing. So Leander coming down, they pulled up a very comfortable lead in front of Buffalo. So Rob Duhamel, Pipe and Bruce have also been national squad. Been to many world championships, and I can tell you one thing, do not go out for a drink with them. You will not survive. You have to have a very tough stomach to get through that. Then in lane 2, we have Alfred. So Old Edge is in lane 3, Alfred's is in lane 2, and in lane 4 we have Leander, and lane 5 we have Buffalo. And I'm looking at these crews and I can see so many coaches on here. There won't be many coaches that are left on the water. Here come the Buffalo boys, rowing nice and strong as they come through the finish. 4 hair girls following up behind. In the Alfred boats is another local, Andrew Beard, who we saw rowing in the B Sculls earlier. Although he's a master, he managed to come 4th earlier in B Sculls, and the regatta control that we're currently sitting in is named after his dad, after his uncle, Ron Beard. His uncle and his dad were integral to East London rowing and to the Buffalo Regatta. Hi, how are you? Very good. Sorry? The boys. They're downstairs somewhere. Yeah. Yeah, no, they're doing well. Now, Masters events are over 1K. Yeah, as other masters say, thank goodness. Now, I'm not 100% certain on the Masters points, but the older you are, the more advantage you get, and the more women you have in your crew, the more advantage you get. So if you have a look at these crews, you'll see that Old Eds is all male, and you'll see that the Alfred's crew has a couple of women in it, and the Leander crew has 1 woman in it, and the Buffalo crew is mostly women. Plus, you can also see on the program their average ages. So thankfully, they don't tell you their individual ages, but that, as I said, gives you an advantage depending on your age of the crew as well. So you might see somebody cross the line first, but they might not actually be the winner because their average age is younger than everybody else. So that result will only be worked out later. And they're off. I have to say, though, my money is on Old Ed's. It does have rather a lot of Olympians in that boat. But it's very nice to see them all back on the water. I think we might have to have one of those heart-zapping machines at the finish, but I think they're going to give us a fantastic race. Looks like Leander and Old Ed's are having a fat old dice out there. Looks like Old Ed's have pulled out half a length on Leander, who's following after them closely. Old Ed's getting into the rhythm. A lot of these guys have done a lot of rowing together. I have to say, for Old Buggers, they're doing quite a nice rating. 28 coming from Sizwe. Leander looks like they're pushing up to 30. Leander are making the Old Ed's guys work. I think the Old Ed's guys will be swearing at them hard. By this point, I'm sure they were expecting to settle, and they're not. They're still having to push it. That'll be good for the pub later. Old Ed's holding that rating up at about 30. Leander matching their rating, and Alfred's not far behind. Old Ed's look like they've got a length on Leander now. Not quite clear water, but very nearly. And Alfred's are just on their tail, and about 2 lengths behind them are Buffalo. Okay. Ladies and gents, please avoid the tap water. We have had a few issues with leakages and stuff, so we can't guarantee that it's clean. It has been fixed further up the road, but there might still be some contamination. Okay, now Old Ed's have realized that they can settle a little bit. Rating dropped to 28. Not enough, though, to be properly settled, but they're settling into a nice rhythm, and every stroke they're pulling away. Alfred's and Leander having a fat old dice. But those guys know where the finish is. They've done this race many times, and the takeaway, whether they like it or not, is starting to sneak in. Pulling away that distance. They remember those days when they were racing for the centenary challenge in their 8s. Very nice demonstration of good rowing. See that Piper's moved to bow and Brad is in the middle. Nicely done, gents. Lawrence Sizwe and Glorval doing a fantastic job in stroke as he did in 2012. Oh, this is a close one between Alfred's and Leander. Very nice, ladies and gents. It's going to be neck and neck. Who's going to make it over the line? Oh, I think Alfred's have the run on it. They pulled out a bow ball and are now a canvas. Very nice, gents. So Alfred stroked by Iris. Good job, Iris. And here come Buffalo, the ladies' crew, taking it a lot slower. A lot of people in this crew are novice, fairly new to rowing, but giving it a good old go and aiming for World Masters later this year. Buffalo has a very strong program bringing in novices, and there's space for anybody who wants to learn how to row, whatever your age. Nicely done, Buffalo. So at 2 is Lindelwa. She's come out of the Fort Hare program. Heather at stroke is ex-Clarendon. Dwayne at 7 is ex-Selborne. Helen in the bow doing a fantastic job. She's only just learned how to row and she's doing a great job there. Well done, Buffalo, coming to the line. Now the next race up is a 2K race. It's men B pairs. This is quite an exciting race, which I'm really looking forward to seeing. A lot of friends and locals racing against each other. So in the Tux boat, we have Matthew Powell, who is an East London local and went to St Andrews. And then in the lane 2 in Leander, we have Wesley Javon and Aaron van Dijk. Aaron started rowing with Buffalo. In fact, all three of those guys I've coached at some point in their life. So they're going to be dicing it out flat out. In lane 1, we have Tux Riemann, Sebastian Riemann and Ethan Romberg. Lane 2, Wesley Javon, Aaron van Dijk from Leander. Lane 3, UJ, Luazi Zwane and Sven Clausen. Lane 4, we have Nyabulo Klamini and Matthew Powell. Lane 5, we have Fort Hare, Lisa Kanya Mkolo and Sibusiso Msomi. As I said, it's great to see Fort Hare pushing up into the next categories. Seen these guys in the pair a lot recently, and a pair is a very difficult boat. One blade each, you've got to try and keep it balanced, you've got to keep that boat in a straight line. So it looks like UJ have got the lead. Well, is it UJ or is it Leander? Hard to tell with the white.
Is there been a scratch in this race? Has there been a scratch? I only see 4 pairs. What? Last one did not start. Who was it? Lane 5. Oh, Fort Hare. Okay. Niels, is that Leander in front?
I can't see the colours, but it looks like Aaron and Wesley in front because the style looks very familiar. But they're closely dicing with Tux Riemann. Yeah, I'm sure that looks like their style. So Leander, Javon, Aaron van Dijk doing a fantastic job pulling out a lead. They're obviously enjoying the last 500 of this. They're rowing 28, pulling out a lead every stroke, trying to nail their dominance to Tux Riemann. Very nicely done, gents. Looks like Fort Hare didn't make it to the start. That's another tricky thing, is to be able to time getting your boat on the water at the right time. So it looks like Tux Riemann in second, and Tux Powell in third, and UJ Clausen in fourth. So local boys, Leander, Javon and Van Dijk, doing a very nice job pushing the Tux pair away. So here comes Leander for the line. They've only got a few strokes left. Nice, comfortable win. Followed by Tux Riemann. Approximately 4 lengths Clearwater. Then behind them, Powell. Jabulo Dlamini and Matthew Powell. Very nicely rowed, gents. Lining up at the 1,000 are the under 15 girls quads. Now there are no other rowing girls schools in the Eastern Cape, so you'll see on the program the majority of these boats are Clarendon. So 4 Clarendon boats and 1 Somerset boat. So under 15s and under 14s and masters row 1K, and everybody else has to row 2. Here come UJ coming up to the line. UJ over the line. So the under 15 quads are on their way. Looks like Clarendon Jordan has got their nose out ahead, but Somerset next to them fighting hard. So we've got Clarendon Jordan, and then Somerset Searle and Clarendon Willis. Clarendon Willis and Somerset Searle fighting it out hard. Closely followed by Clarendon Theodosi. Looks like Clarendon Jordan and Clarendon Willis, so Sarah and Mir have pulled their crews out just ahead of Somerset, stroked by Olivia Searle. So Sarah and Mia stroking the 2 Clarendon boats, pulling away from Somerset Olivia. In the Clarendon Willis boat, coxed by Milani Mangisa. Bow we have Holly Willis. Panache in 2, Grace in 3, Mir in stroke. And in the lane 3 we have Amyoli coxing. Catherine at bow, Zamra at 2, Jessie at 3, and Sarah at stroke. Nice tight race. But Somerset are not giving up. Clarendon Rowing Club started in '97 with the thanks to Tom Price from Mondial, who organised donated boats from Holland. Dearly love some other girls' schools to row in the Eastern Cape. And it looks like 4th and 5th are having a tough dice as well. Trying to get away from each other, these two crews, picking the rating up. They can smell home. There's Sarah picking up the rating. Picks it up to 34. Nice control. Mia's going to answer her back. They're fighting back. No clear water between these two crews. This is a fight for 1st and 2nd between these two Clarendon crews. Very nice ladies. And here comes Somerset, doing a grand job coming in 3rd. Olivia in stroke doing a great job. And here comes Clarendon, stroked by Lexi. Girls behind her doing a fantastic job. The Cox in the boat stroked by Akobile. It's getting very enthusiastic. Come on, ladies, don't give up now.
Junior men's Coxless for 1st fours and 2nd eights. Junior men's Coxless for 1st fours and 2nd eights. Please go and do your way in. We're also looking for Ms. R. Koch. We have some of your personal property here that's been handed in at Regatta Control.
Okay, looks like they've had a breakage in the one boat. I can see the Cox waving the bow seat around. Well done, ladies. Coming up behind them are the boys under 15 quads. Lane 1, we have St Albans Frankham. Lane 2, we have St Benedict Spark. Lane 3, St Stithians and Berry. Lane 4, St Benedict's Texera. And Sachs Kanamaya in lane 5. Selborne Thompson in lane 6. Looks like St Stithians and Benny's having a fat dice, lane 3 and 4. I couldn't call it. Benny's have put in a bit of a rate change, trying to get their nose ahead. They've put the rating up to 34. Now St Stithians are answering. They've decided that they're also pushing back, but that little rate change slightly earlier than St Stithians has put St Stithians a canvas ahead. Benny's have a very strong rowing program. And Benny's Spark lying in 3rd. And St Albans closely behind Benny's Spark. Okay, Benny's Texera. They can smell the finish line. They're pulling out a lead. They've now got 3/4 of a length on St Stithians and Berry. But Berry's answering back. Going to run out of course, unfortunately, for St Stithians. Look like Benny's are going to get this. Benny's by 2/3 of a length to St Stithians. And in 3rd, Benny's Spark. Then St Albans Franken coming in 4th. Fifth is the local crew Selborne, and then Sachs Kanamaya taking up the last spot. These guys had to fight very hard to get into the final. So just to be here is big kudos. Okay, we have a short break now for the umpires to get a quick drink and rehydrate. Must please thank every single volunteer that you see. They're all helping us do this regatta for nothing, just for the love of the sport. So if you see an official in any form, please thank them profusely. You couldn't do this without them. Well done, Graham. You gave them a good run for their money. Yeah. Yeah, I saw that. A few extra kilos that could be lost. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, in the 1954 program we were looking at just now, I had a look there. There was, of course, a completely different format. The Buffalo always used to be on the 16th of December, which was a national holiday. There were 6 trophies that were rowed for from early days in East London, which were all for only local competition. East London crews, in other words, it amounted to. And so those were rowed on a Saturday afternoon. On the following Friday, late, there were 4 heats rowed for finals, which were held on the next day, which was also a Saturday. And it was the events on that Saturday were 13, I counted them. So 13 events were held over that day, and you can compare that with virtually up to 100 per day that we are rowing today.
This is Siseko Yelani. In our next insert, we'll be showcasing township tourism in the heart of Buffalo City. We'll be visiting heritage sites, exposing you to classy nightlife and fine dining. Join me as I let you experience Mdantsane in a way you have never seen before. And remember, as Buffalo City Tourism, we cannot wait to welcome you into our vibrant city. Hi everyone, my name is Siseko Yelani. I would love to welcome you as you join us on the historical tour of Buffalo City. We'll show you how the city has started and how it progressed to be a dynamic metro that it is today. And remember, as Buffalo City Tourism, we're looking forward to welcome you into our dynamic city.
Let your mind wander for a moment to a place that redefines natural beauty. A place that has remained untamable for generations. A place that is truly wild. This is home to tranquility and adventure. It is where you find sanctuary. It is where you find yourself. Here along the stretch of South Africa's eastern coastline, there are treasures to be found. They cannot be held, but they are seen and felt in every inch of this unspoiled land. Ikhaya lamaXhosa. This place is home to Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, and like him, it has lessons to teach us all. Here we are all witnesses to the artistry of nature, and its wonders are waiting for you. This is not just a place that is ripe for tourism. This is true escape, true adventure. This is the Wild Coast. Wamkelekile.
Port St. John's to Storms River. From Willamore to Tiffendale. Breathtaking sunsets from Mouth. The thriving flora of the Wild Coast. The most beautiful mountainous villages of Hawksburg. Cinematic landscapes. Rich historic landmarks. The Eastern Cape, your film destination of choice.
The first actual buffalo that I rode in was 1948. I was riding for Rhodes University at the time, and the reason why we particularly rode in that was because it was the first race for Coxless Fours that was held on the Buffalo River. They had never been used in this country before, and we knew that the crew back from the Olympics who had raced Coxless Fours and had won the Wild Cup at Henley were coming back, and they were entering in Buffalo. And Leander from East London and Rhodes each had new Coxless Fours, which we just learned to use. And so that was the first Coxless Four race, and of course all senior rowing became Coxless a couple of years after that.
Welcome to Buffalo City, the home of authentic African charm and hospitality. Situated in the rugged, unspoiled Eastern Cape province of South Africa, Buffalo City is your gateway to a world of exquisite natural beauty, spectacular coastal adventures, and enriching cultural experiences. Come explore the hidden treasures waiting to be discovered. With over 300 sunshine days every year, Buffalo City is the ideal family holiday destination all year round. Come discover our diverse tapestry of exciting tourist attractions. Long, lazy days by the pool. Sun-kissed beach breaks. Charming wildlife encounters. Horseback beach rides, ocean adventures, river excursions, festive community events, and adrenaline-fueled sporting occasions. Whether you're a weekend warrior, a professional athlete, or just an armchair enthusiast, our city offers ample opportunity to fuel your passion. Home to a vibrant sporting community, Buffalo City is the proud venue of a number of iconic sporting events, including Ironman, Surfers Marathon, and the Buffalo Regatta. This is Buffalo City, fun capital of South Africa. Explore our beautiful coastline from the ocean or take to the warm Indian Ocean for a variety of water sport pursuits. Sailing, surfing, canoeing, paddling, diving, and snorkeling, our oceans teem with beauty and adventure. Buffalo City is a dynamic and fast-growing industrial hub that is home to excellent business and commercial facilities. The Port of East London and the internationally acclaimed East London IDZ form the cornerstones of a thriving investment promotion strategy. Equidistant between Cape Town and Johannesburg, the city is a popular conference location and boasts state-of-the-art venues like the popular East London ICC. World-class facilities and a warm, welcoming climate make Buffalo City one of the premier sporting family destinations in Southern Africa. A popular whale and dolphin destination, Buffalo City is one of only a handful of cities which has been formally approved for boat-based whale and dolphin encounters. Whether you're visiting for business or pleasure, staying for a week or a weekend, Buffalo City is rolling out the welcome mat and pulling out all the stops to help you build a holiday of your dreams.
Yeah, talking to the boys from Tux here. Guys, just tell us what makes the Buff Regatta unique, man.
Well, first of all, it's one of the few 2K regattas in the year, so we love racing here and practicing for that SA Champs at the end of the season. And then the conditions here are just great because you got the oxygen and sometimes you have the currents and stuff helping you out, so you can get a lot faster times than you usually see up at Regatta Dam. I don't know where Don is.
Just as far as rowing for Tux is here, were you guys putting the focus for the Buff Regatta?
So the 8 is always a very big focus for Tux. We do have a pretty long streak in that, not specifically at this regatta, but just as the culture is very built around the 8. But we have, as of now, been rowing a lot of small boats just to improve as individuals at training. So right now we're hoping to do quite well in the pairs, the 4s, the Sculls, but the 8 will always be the pinnacle for us.
The first actual buffalo that I rode in was 1948 I was rowing for Rhodes University at the time, and the reason why we particularly rowed in that was because it was the first race for Coxless Fours that was held on the Buffalo River. They had never been used in this country before, and we knew that the crew back from the Olympics who had raced Coxless Fours and had won the Wild Cup at Henley were coming back, and they were entering in Buffalo. And Leander from East London and Rhodes each had new Coxless Fours, which we just learned to use. And so that was the first Coxless Four race, and of course all senior rowing became Coxless a couple of years after that.
Let your mind wander for a moment to a place that redefines natural beauty, a place that has remained untamable for generations, a place that is truly wild. This is home to tranquility and adventure. It is where you find sanctuary. It is where you find yourself. Here along the stretch of South Africa's eastern coastline, there are treasures to be found. They cannot be held, but they are seen and felt in every inch of this unspoiled land. Ikhaya lamaXhosa.
Yeah, it was definitely special to be a part of the Oxford-Cambridge boat race. It's one of the most watched regattas across the world, so it was a huge honor. And I was in the boat with 3 Olympians, so it was a really special opportunity to learn from some of the best oarswomen in the world.
Just talking about today's event, the Buffalo, where are you guys looking at leaving your mark?
So I'm racing in the women's senior single and also the women's senior double. Yeah, really excited to see how we've had our heats already. So the sculling final is coming up now, and then our final double final is later.
Paige Badenhorst, hope you have a good road today and good luck.
Thank you so much.
Welcome to Buffalo City, the home of authentic African charm and hospitality. Situated in the rugged, unspoiled Eastern Cape province of South Africa, Buffalo City is your gateway to a world of exquisite natural beauty, spectacular coastal adventures, and enriching cultural experiences. Come explore the hidden treasures waiting to be discovered. With over 300 sunshine days every year, Buffalo City is the ideal family holiday destination all year round. Come discover a diverse tapestry of exciting tourist attractions. Long, lazy days by the pool. Sun-kissed beach breaks. Charming wildlife encounters. Horseback beach rides. Ocean adventures. River excursions. Festive community events. And adrenaline-fueled sporting occasions. Whether you're a weekend warrior, a professional athlete, or just an armchair enthusiast, our city offers ample opportunity to fuel your passion. Home to a vibrant sporting community, Buffalo City is the proud venue of a number of iconic sporting events, including Ironman, Surfers Marathon, and the Buffalo Regatta. This is Buffalo City. fun capital of South Africa. Explore our beautiful coastline from the ocean or take to the warm Indian Ocean for a variety of water sport pursuits. Sailing, surfing, canoeing, paddling, diving, and snorkeling, our oceans teem with beauty and adventure. Buffalo City is a dynamic and fast-growing industrial hub that is home to excellent business and commercial facilities. The Port of East London and the internationally acclaimed East London IDZ form the cornerstones of a thriving investment promotion strategy. Equidistant between Cape Town and Johannesburg, the city is a popular conference location and boasts state-of-the-art venues like the popular East London ICC. World-class facilities and a warm, welcoming climate make Buffalo City one of the premier sporting family destinations in Southern Africa. A popular whale and dolphin destination, Buffalo City is one of only a handful of cities which has been formally approved for boat-based whale and dolphin encounters. Whether you're visiting for business or pleasure, staying for a week or a weekend, Buffalo City is rolling out the welcome mat and pulling out all the stops to help you build a holiday of your dreams.
From the rocky beaches with beautiful sunsets in Cape Recife Nature Reserve to the healing waters of Port St. John's, let loose as you go blackwater tubing down Storms River. Take in the views from the mountainous terrain from the Valley of Desolation. A rich heritage, a diverse landscape with 800 kilometers of unspoiled coastline. A variety of flora and home to the Big Seven, housed in a world-class nature reserve. Basin Cape, yours to explore.
This is Sisego Yelani. In our next insert, we'll be showcasing township tourism in the heart of Buffalo City. We'll be visiting heritage sites, exposing you to classy nightlife and fine dining. Join me as I let you experience Mdansane in a way you have never seen before. And remember, as Buffalo City Tourism, we cannot wait to welcome you into our vibrant city. Hi everyone, my name is Sisego Yelani. I would love to welcome you as you join us on the historical tour of Buffalo City. We'll show you how the city has started and how it progressed to be a dynamic metro that it is today. And remember, as Buffalo City Tourism, we're looking forward to welcome you into our dynamic city.
Chatting to Jake Green, last year's winner of the Silver Sculls. Jake, coming down to the Buffalo Regatta again this year. Just nice being here. What are you looking forward to in the Sculls this year?
Well, the Silver Sculls, it's one of the biggest races in the country, and I'm really looking forward to this year. We have some of the best scullers in South Africa racing in this year's event, and obviously I'm looking forward to get the win. But it's going to be quite tough out there. But that's why we come down here. I always want to, race the best and have the best racing at the end of the day. So really looking forward to the final. Hopefully win it again.
Jake, just as far as Buffalo Regatta is concerned, in your opinion, what makes this event unique and such an amazing event?
Well, we have to start with the heritage. This regatta goes all the way back to the 1800s. The Grand Challenge of the Silver Sculls started in 1881. So it's one of the oldest events in the country across all sports. And then from then, because of that, you get the best races down here, especially as the mentioned before, Silver Sculls and the Grand Challenge. And the event's quite packed, a lot of schoolboys, a lot of club rowers, university rowers. So the atmosphere is always fantastic. And the Buffalo River with its tides and unpredictable weather adds another dynamic to the racing that makes the regatta very, very interesting and very dynamic to race.
Jay Green, all the best. Thanks. Thanks.
Greg is on the radio. Very decisive.
Race 152 is about to begin. It's heat 1 of the Masters doubles and pairs over 1,000 meters. Each heat is a final. There are 3 heats in this event number 53. Elgin van Schalkwijk. Is it a mixed double? Yes, double. In lane 1, lane 2 has Old Eds. Lane 3 is Old Eds Leander. Lane 4 is Alfred's. Lane 5 is Hartwanger Leander. And lane 6, Vikings Lutz.
Switch it on now. Yes, it's on. Great.
Can somebody check with Control Commission who's gone through for that race? Because I think we might be missing one. Yeah.
And they're off. So some of these are in doubles, some of these in pairs. They don't get any advantage from the type of boat that they're rowing, but you do get advantages for your age. So if you do have a draw, you'll see that their average age is written on there. And if Vikings Lutz is on the water at 62, then they're going, even if they come last, they could still win.
Yeah, she'll not be there, she'll my boat.
Okay, looks like not Masters being sneaky buggers. Looks like somebody might have jumped the start and they've had to row back. So we're going to have a restart of race number 152. Yeah. So lane 1, Elgin, is a mixed double. So Rika, who you saw win earlier in the ladies B singles with Wijnand van Schalkwijk. And then in lane 6, we've got another mixed double who's got almost a 20-year advantage. So it's the two Lutzes, Philip and Nan. I have to say, if I rode a boat with my husband, I'm not sure we'd be together by the end of the race. Could the Benny's second eight coach please go to Control Commission? Benny's second eight coach, please go to Control Commission. Yeah, that was me.
It's an issue, so we had a quick look to see.
So, do we know yet what's happening?
Well, no, yeah. How many boats have you got in the race?
It's 4, 6.
Jesus got a yellow card.
Oh, Sturve. Blade and Sturve.
So you've done something wrong. It's like fingerprints, but you can only get... Yes, they can still race, but if they get another one, they're out. Then you're excluded. And if you get a yellow card during a heat, it carries on to the front. So we had that yesterday with the kids. They got a yellow card because they didn't wear their cards.
So I can see them tapping back up onto the line. Is it if they're going now? So it's a clean start this time, no dodgy steering. And I can see Rika in lane 1 is doing a fantastic job, which is really going to upset lane 2, Old Eds. They're not going to like a girl being in front of them. So it looks like we're pretty low tide. If you've got an incoming tide, the outside lanes are where you actually want to be. And to me, it looks like Elgin with Wijnand and Rika and Eds are out dicing for the lead. Now Elgin, as I said, is a mixed double. And Eds, Bruce Turvey and Andrew Craig, now they're in a pair. Now there's no benefit from whether you're in a double with 4 blades or a player with 2, but there is a benefit if one of the rowers in your boat is a chick. And Elgin looks like they're pulling ahead. As I said, that's not going to please Sturve and Blade. So at the moment, to me, it looks like it's Elgin in first, Old Eds lane 2 in second. Then there is Old Eds, Leander and Alfred's to dicing it out for third. So I'd say it looks like Alfred's might just be ahead of the Old Eds, Leander. But definitely Elgin are going to be upsetting everybody. That looks like a very neat double they've got rowing beautifully together. And then second, we've got Old Eds in the pair and Alfred's in the double. Not forgetting the Lutzes in lane 6, who've got that 20-year advantage. As I said, they could still be a long way behind. And when they finally work out who's won, so it looks like it's now Old Eds and Leander, second and thirds, but Elgin looking very nice and comfortable in first. Say the Old Eds have pulled out a length on Leander. Leander have pulled out half a canvas on Alfred's. Very close run race for second and third and fourth. Very nicely done, Elgin. Looking very comfortable, staring down your competitors, just squeezing it away. But Leander and Old Eds, it looks very close. I think it probably depends on how many beers Sturve had yesterday. Ooh, this is close, Leander and Old Eds. Better start moving there, Sturve, and Alfred's is in there as well. Got about 4 strokes in it. I'd say Ed's just got it by 2 centimeters. So we had Elgin. So on what we've seen, we've had Elgin, Old Eds, and Leander. But as I said, they've then still got to work out on age and on sex who comes next. The Lutzes are a very long way back, but if you look at the race behind them, you could say they're leading that one. So the next one, we have Alfred's beard. So Andrew grew up here and went to school here and rode here before. Then we have Alfred's Stephen Escort and Henry Mullman. Then Elgin Alfred's, which is supposed to be Lionel de Nicola, but apparently he's also rowing with Old Eds in lane 6, so I'll be interested to see who's actually there. I see 2 Ravens crews, so that'll be Ravens Kinloch and Ravens Riccardi. That looks suspiciously like Lionel in the boat that's in the lead. So I'm guessing that that's Lionel de Nicola and Howard Barrett, who's in the lead, followed by Alfred's beard with Fabian Jean. So well done. And as I said, that does look like Lionel stroking that boat that just crossed the line first. This looks like a Ravens VLC composite, followed by Ravens. Nicely done, ladies and gents. So the next doubles that are coming up should be all ladies.
How do I make this thing go higher? Wait. Don't go on me yet.
This looks like Gaynor and Anne showing us how it's done, stalwarts of South African masters rowing. Other VLC double looks like it's taking a scenic tour of Buffalo.
Just make an announcement, just to remind parents and spectators that may not go to the jetties.
Nicely done, VLC. Parents and spectators, please make sure you don't go onto the jetties. It gets very crowded and a lot of people can get hurt. It must only be the crew and their coach and nobody else. So VLC, Alexa and Tracy coming into the final 150 meters. Lining up at the top, we've got the men's first Coxed Fours. Lane 1, Jeppy Rutt. Lane 2, Jeppy Franken. Lane 3, St. Benedict's Bonans, whose dad won silver sculls here once before. Then lane 4, St. Stilian's Duffin. Lane 5, St. Andrew's Mapura. And lane 6, Bishop's Cheminée.
Jetty access to contestants, everybody involved, coaches, getting parents and everybody else on the jetty.
Yeah, I've just made that announcement, yeah.
I need to sit down.
Yeah, well, I've got an up-to-date draw. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. Thanks, Kerry. You know, her cousin's also out there.
Yes.
So who's not in this race? It looks like there's only 4 in it.
There should be 5. JP and 2 are scratched.
I only see, well, actually, there could be one there. So Junior 19 First Coxed Fours coming down. There's 5 in this race because Jeppy in lane 2 has scratched. Looks like St. Stithian's Duffin has got length on Benny's. Length and a half on Benny's. So St. Stithian's Duffin in lane 4, Benny's Bonand in lane 3. Benny's is very strong in the second half of the race though. Then in the outside lanes we've got St. Andrews and Bishops. Looks like Bishops has got a length up on St. Andrews. So to what I can see currently, St. Stithian's in the lead to Benny's, to Bishops, to St. Andrews, to Jeppy. Coming up to the 1,000. St. Stithian's looking quite comfortable, rating 30. Benny's a little bit of a slightly higher rating, I'd say 31, 32, pushing hard to try and clear that water between them and St. Stithian's. The outside lane, I say Bishops is doing 32 to 33. St. Andrews a little bit of a higher rating, 34, also trying to pull in that water between them and Bishops.
Hi everyone, my name is Siseko Yelani. I would love to welcome you as you join us on the historical tour of Buffalo City. We'll show you how the city has started and how it progressed to be a dynamic metro that it is today. And remember, as Buffalo City Tourism, we're looking forward to welcome you into our dynamic city.
Suspension going on in that St. Stithians boat while they do that push, placing the blade and really hanging off that handle. Rating popping up as the speed of the boat comes up. Looks like the Jeppy might have squeezed their way back into the game. Coming up into third over Bishops. So one in lane 1, one in lane 6, so very difficult for them to see the competition. But St. Stithians has now got clear water on Benny's, and they're going to be trying to push them away with every stroke. Benny's, you can see, they're really reaching out for it. They've lifted that rating. St. Stithians is underrating them by about 4 pips, but St. Stithians is not going to give up any easily. They're going to lift that rating. They're going to start that takeaway now, building for the last 150 meters, and they're increasing that clear water. But that Jeppy crew, they're fighting hard. I think they've got third. I don't know about you, but I'd say they've got a length up on Bishops now. And St. Stithians are pulling away. They've really hooked it up nicely. And that rig that you can see in St. Stithians is called a spaghetti rig, where they've got 2 blades on the same side, close together. This is close between Jeppy and Bishops. Nicely done, St. Stithians. Last 2 strokes, 2 lengths clear water to Benny's. This is very close between Bishops and Jeppy really fought back. They were in isolation, and they fought back, and they didn't give up. And I think they're going to get it. That's it, Jeppy, half a length to Bishops. Well done, guys. Lovely race. And here comes St. Andrews. They fought bravely. Again, these guys had to fight to get through to heats to get to this final, so just being there is a really good effort. Next up, we have the Coxless Fours. Then you'll see that there's no Cox lying in the front of these. A lot quicker boat, a lot more lively, less of a stop between strokes. And in lane 1, we have St. John's Newman. Lane 2, St. Andrews Crun. There's a name we've heard a few times before. Lane 3, Sachs. Lane 4, Benny's. Lane 5, St. Stithians. Lane 6, Sachs again. So lane 3, Sachs Jamie. 4, St. Benedict's de Kaiser. 5, St. Stithians Stratham. And 6, Sachs Latigan. This time it looks like Benny's have got their nose out ahead. But Sachs are right in there, and they're not giving up. Looks like there's about half a length clear water. Benny's rating 32, Sachs rating 34. St. John's in lane 1. Looks like they're struggling a bit, having a few balance issues, but they're fighting hard. They're lying 3rd. Lane 6, Latigan for Sachs, lying 4th. St. Andrews lying 5th. It's a fight for the last 200 meters between Benny's and Sachs. You can see they're starting to take it away. They can smell the finish. But Sachs are not giving up. They're pushing it away, trying to get a little bit more length every stroke. And they've got it. They've got another length between Benny's and Sachs. Benny's going to get this comfortably. Good job, though, for Sachs. Nicely done, Benny's. Benny's with 2.5 lengths clear water. Here comes St. John's. They're going to have to fight off Sachs Latigan. And then in fifth we have St Andrews. So third to St John's, a length and a half, 2 lengths, Clearwater to Sachs Latigan. And because it's Buffalo, we have 2 races on the water at the same time. Coming down and at roughly the 500, we have Junior 19 Second Eights. Lane 1, we have Keds Murray. Lane 2, we have Benedict's Lau Balhari. Lane 3, St Benedict's Bastos. Lane 4, Sachs Khan. Lane 5, St John's Rosemarin. And in lane 6, Rondebosch Fora. There's another name we've heard a lot of. Okay, this looks like it's a dice at the moment between Benny's and St John's. So Benny's in lane 3, St John's in lane 5. With the Benny's Second Eight, Lal Barhari and Sachs Khan lying in 3rd and 4th. To my eye, looks like Benny's has just got a nose out in front of St John's. Say 3/4 of a length to Benny's over St John's. Little bit of a steering issue there with the St John's boat. Benny's racing quite comfortably at 32. St John's a pip or 2 higher, looking not quite as comfortable. Looks like the Rondebosch boat has a couple of steering issues as well. Looks like they're lying in 6th. Benny's look like they've pulled out a bit more of a lead. They look like they've got about a length of clear water over St John's. And St John's look like they've got about a length of clear water over the Benny's second crew. Sachs crew looks like they've got a couple of interesting steering issues there, but they've straightened out. Sachs lying in 4th. Kez lying 5th, Rondebosch lying 6th. Rondebosch is not giving up there, and they look like they're reeling them in. I'd say that Rondebosch looks like they pulled in Sachs. And they're now working on the Benny's second crew. Rondebosch having an excellent second half of the race. And those Rondebosch boys are hungry. They're pulling in that Benny's second 8. Now they've got that St John's boat in 2nd place in their sights. Not quite through Benny's second crew yet, but they're working on it. Say there's a canvas between them and Benny's, but Rondebosch have the boat speed. And St Benedict's Bastos looks comfortably out in front. Rating 30, nice rhythm being set. And that St John's boat is set into a rhythm, and yes, that Rondebosch boat has definitely cleared Benny's second 8 now. Now pulling away. I think they're going to run out of water. They're not going to be able to catch that St John's boat, but there's no harm in trying. So it's now Kez and Sachs dicing it out, but I'd say Kez has half a length on Sachs. But that Benny's boat looking very comfortable. They can smell the finish, the rate is creeping up, they know the end is in sight. Length and a half clear water and pulling out more with every stroke. But look at those Rondebosch boys. They know that they can, if they put their mind to it, they're going to get third. I'd say they've got it. They've pulled through Sachs and Benny's, and they're pulling away. Nicely rowed, Rondebosch. Got half a length now on Sachs. But Sachs have made, they're putting in a big push. This is going to be a dice to the end for third and fourth. Sachs have really pulled up their boat speed, picked up their rating, and I'd say that that Sachs pickup in rating has been a lot more effective than the Rondebosch crew. And Sachs have pulled back into third again. This is very close between the two Western Cape crews. Sachs and no, it's Kez, sorry, not Kez. Oh, Kez, my apologies. Kez who's doing so well. Sorry, that's Sachs and Kez, not Rondebosch. My mistake. So well, I was thinking Rondebosch. It's the other one. It's Rondebosch over there. Sorry, my mistake. Rondebosch is the one lying sixth, and it was Kez who was in fifth and pulled all the way up to nearly get third. That was very close. So King Edwards, who nearly made up a load of trouble there, having come from fifth to start getting into the top three. Well done, Kez. Good job, Rondebosch.
So used to saying Rondebosch, and I was wrong all the time.
God! It's to keep on top of it all.
I should know.
Okay, on its way down the course, we've got the J16 women's quads. Lane 2, St. Stithians. Lane 3, PGRC.
In the J16, so race 158. Looks like lane 2, lane 4, and lane 6. Still there.
Okay, looks like there's been a couple of scratchings in the race. Next race, I know PGRC have had a lot of sickness in their group. To me, it looks like it's St. Stithians in lane 2, St. Landrews in lane 4, and Somerset lane 6. It looks like it's St. Stithians Olivier, who's got about 3 lengths over St. Andrew's Pocketer. In lane 6, we have Somerset Barnfather. And coming down about 500 meters behind them, we have the J16 men's quads. Now at under 16, there is no weight restriction on the coxes. When you get into open, you have to have your coxes weigh in at 55 kilos. If they don't weigh in at 55 kilos, they have to carry extra weight so that all the coxes are the same. Obviously, the lighter the cox, the faster your boat will go. St. Stithians Olivier looking very comfortable, nice comfortable rating. Looks like it's rating about 32. St. Andrews with a little bit higher rating. This is quite common when you're trying to catch up. They look like they're rating 34. It's about a length of clear water between the two of them. St. Andrews comfortably ahead. They pulled out another length of clear water. St. Stithians, sorry. St. Stithians ahead of St. Andrews. Yeah, earlier. Comfortably ahead. St. Andrews trying their hardest to clear.
It's her birthday. Wait, let me just make sure.
Yeah, that's lane 2. Lane 2 in St. Andrews.
It's her birthday. Happy birthday.
And Lucy Taylor in St. Stithians, it's her birthday. Good way to win it. She just turned 16 today. So that was St. Stithians easily over the St. Andrews under 16 quads. Somerset coming up to the line. Picking up the pace as they come through to the finish. Then behind them we have the J16 boys. Looks like St. Albans de Villiers lying first. And Rondebosch Krikker lying second in lane 5. Then we have Kes Hogan in lane 3. Sorry, lane 2. Quite a tight dice for third. We've got St. John's in lane 1, Kes lane 2, and Selborne Kluma in lane 4. St. Albans look like they've got pulling out to 2 lengths of clear water. But Rondebosch are not going to let that go. They're trying to keep that distance as close as possible. Rondebosch picking up the rating. Kes have got their nose out in front of St. John's. And St. John's just ahead of Selborne. Nicely done, St. Albans. Then third is a tight dice. King Edward's is having to fight hard to keep ahead of St. John's and Selborne. Oh, a bit of a crab caught there. That's going to give Selborne the chance to get into fourth. King Edward's really hooking it up and pulling out a bit of clear water between them and St. John's and Selborne. Fourth is going to be a tight dice. St. John's have the boat speed now. There's St. John's half a length over Selborne. And here comes the second Selborne crew. Selborne did very well to get 2 quads into this final. Okay, coming down now, and they're sitting at about the 500-meter mark, is the men's Senior B Coxless Fours. We have Tux Morsig in lane 1, lane 2 Leander Sakai, lane 3 Tux Moorcroft. Interesting fact about Scott Moorcroft, he's got a scholarship through to Yale. And we've got a great program with a lot of our athletes going over to American universities and then coming back to South Africa to represent South Africa. And in lane 4, we've got Tux Kinsey, lane 3, UJ Clausen, and lane 4, Leander Javon.
So it looks like this lane 2. I don't see a lane 2. Has it been scratched? Race 160. I can't see a lane 2 or a lane. I can't see lane 2 or 6. The 2 local crews not there, which is weird. Local crews. I can only see lane 1, 3, 4, and 5. Yeah, there's a boat going around. Yeah, and I've had to pull kids from my boats as well. Yeah, I think the Ravens were all borrowing boats. have any scratchings in that race 160? I can only see 4 boats.
Well, in the 1954 program we were looking at just now, I had a look there. There was, of course, a completely different format. The Buffalo always used to be on the 16th of December, which was a national holiday. There were 6 trophies that were rowed for from early days in East London, which were all for only local competition. East London crews, in other words, it amounted to. And so those were rowed on a Saturday afternoon. On the following Friday late, there were 4 heats rowed for finals, which were held on the next day, which was also a Saturday. And it was the events on that Saturday were 13, I counted them. So 13 events were held over that day, and you can compare that with virtually up to 100 per day that we are rowing today.
It's like Leander Javon lying in 3rd and Tux Morsig lying in 4th. So the steersman in the Tux boat, Matthew Powell, steering a great line for Tux Moorcroft in lane 3, straight as a die. Save them a lot of time and they'll do half the distance of the dodgy steerers. Looks like Tux Morsig is now busy overtaking Leander Javon, but it's quite close. There's only about a half a length in it. Picking up the rate very nicely in the Tux boat, it's Matthew Powell, Matthew Ward, Neil Latigan and Scott Moorcroft. Comes Tux Kinsey. To me, that looks like Tlamini sitting in the bow, not Matthew Powell. And Tux Morsig have overtaken Leander. Tux Morsig can smell home. They're taking it away. they're buggered. Okay, next race coming down will be the girls U19 Coxed Fours. Lane 1 we have Clarendon Mill, Lane 2 Holy Rosary Nicholson, Lane 3 St Andrews Dick, Lane 4 St Mary's Swingler, Lane 5 PGRC Glidden, and Lane 6 St Mary's Pastana. And Darcy Glenn's uncle is off in the UK at the moment, coaching, I think, at Oxford and with the British squad. That's right. I've got my tea somewhere. I think I brought my tea up somewhere. No, it's fine. No, don't worry. I've got a flask somewhere. So to me, it looks like St Mary's Swingler has pulled into the lead, coming up to the 500. With St Andrews Dick lying in second. Did PGRC scratch? Which St Mary's? The Pastana? So at the moment it looks like St Mary's Swingler to St Andrews Dick in lane 3. And then it looks like then third, Holy Rosary, fourth, PGRC, fifth, Clarendon Mill. St Mary's look like they've pulled out clear water between them and St Andrews. So it looks like there's a length at least to clear water between St Andrews and Holy Rosary in third. St Mary's rating 32, St Andrews rating 34. Holy Rosary working hard to get back on terms with St Andrews. And St Mary's look like they're pulling out more of a lead. Going through the 1,000. PGRC and Clarendon dicing it out for 4th and 5th. Looks like Clarendon might be pulling back through PGRC. PGRC had a slightly better start, Clarendon pulling it back. Holy Rosary have developed a very nice rhythm there. Looks like they've pulled back a little bit of speed between them and St Andrews. St Andrews looking a little bit rocky in the middle. St Andrews has settled back into a good rhythm, kept the lead over Holy Rosary. Clarendon and PGRC still pushing hard. So Clarendon now have got at least a length on PGRC. Let's see if they hold it through the last 700 meters. Coming past that creek, where you definitely slow down in the lanes closest to the creek. St Mary's a comfortable rating, have dropped it to around 30, 31. Holy Rosary can smell that St Andrews are just off their bow ball. Just a little bit more work, girls, and you can pull them in. Reach out. St Mary's holding on comfortably to 2 lengths clear water lead. Clarendon PGRC dice is still on flat out, neither of them giving up, both trying to get a little bit ahead of the other. PGRC, having had that little bit of a slow patch past the creek, is now getting back on terms. And St Andrews are not giving up. They can now smell that St Mary's is relatively close. They've closed up the gap. Got into a very nice rhythm. They're picking it up for their takeaway. But St Mary's are comfortable. They've just picked it up a little bit and kept St Andrews away. Holy Rosary have done well. They've got barely any clear water between the Holy Rosary and St Andrews. So that's St Mary's to St Andrews to Holy Rosary. And we've still got PGLC in Clarendon dicing it out for 4th and 5th. The moment PGLC look like they've got their nose ahead. But Clarendon are picking up the rating. They can both smell the finish line. Looks like PGLC are going to get to the line. Clarendon just run out of water, but picked it up very nicely at the end.
Oh, you can't actually see it.
Somebody messaged me to say thank you for hosting this regatta. It's been phenomenal. So they're saying they're loving the live stream. Sorry? Yeah. I have been talking about this afterwards.
So I'm sure all those masters will need to carbo load later. So you don't have to go far. There is beer on site. just coming past the 1K are the J19 men's first quads. Benny's in lane 1. Bastos, that's a name we've heard just before, I think in the second 8. And then lane 2, Hilton Emmett. Lane 3, St Albans Aiden. Lane 4, Kes Howes. Lane 5, Rondebosch Delbridge. And lane 6, St John's Matutwa. Looks like St Albans, who are well known for their sculling ability, is in lane 3, is out ahead. They look like they've got a length and a half on Rondebosch, and then it looks like it's King Edward's lying in 3rd. But watch this space because it's an incoming tide now. So that gives St John's a little bit of an advantage. And I think you can see that they know it. They've picked up the rating and they're now coming on terms with Kes. Yep, St John's can smell that they could get 3rd and they're coming through. Rondebosch are going to have to work to keep that St John's crew away. So currently sitting with St Albans in 1st in lane 3, Rondebosch lane 5 in 2nd. Still very close between King Edward's and St John's, but I'd say that St John's has just got their canvas out ahead. St Albans rating 34, Rondebosch slightly below that, 32. St John's can smell that they're now kicking away King Edward's. They lifted their rating and they got their boat pace up. Then King Edward's, then Hilton, about a length clear water behind King Edward's. Rondebosch not giving up though. St Albans giving it a very good send, pulling out that distance between them. It was half a length clear water, now pulling out to a length clear water. So 1st St Albans, 2nd's Rondebosch. It's still close, those King Edward's boys don't want to give up 3rd, but St John's have managed to get half a length on King Edward's. Well done, boys. And here comes Hilton for a good 5th. Benny's showing no sign of giving up. Good race, guys. Thanks very much. And next up, we've got the women's Coxless Four. Tux McIver lane 2, Tux Alves in lane 3, and UJ Besson in lane 4.
Boat coming through, watch your head.
I think I took it downstairs.
Okay.
To this regatta. Couldn't do it without him. I'm so glad that his last daughter, Catherine, has changed from water polo to rowing, although I'm not sure he will agree with me.
Bless you, Peyton. Peyton, are all three crews in this race? I can see two. Are there two or three crews in this race? Peyton, are there only two crews in this race? Okay. Now. Peyton, is it two Tux crews?
Just like grab it. Good luck trying to focus. All the different blind people at different levels of blindness.
It looks like it's Tux Alves in the lead. Lining up behind them is the men's A Coxless Fours, the Grand Challenge.
Sorry, yeah.
Actually, as a whole.
There's, I think there's 2 or 3 races we're doing. They're happy to give it a commentation on that for the beginning. Sorry.
No, happy to. Well, they wanted me to commentate for the Grand Track.
I often don't think I should have say the wrong things.
But you know what? No, I disagree. I think it's the best profession to be because it means then when you do something like this, you really enjoy it. If you've chosen something that's too similar to this, you wouldn't enjoy the same. People say, oh,
that's the A women. There were meant to be 3 votes, but it looks like UJ pulled out. So this is Tux Alves looking very comfortable. Unfortunately, UJ has had to scratch. And Tux MacGyver with local Catherine King in the bow coming up second. Comfortably ahead of their second boat. Okay, and the grand challenge is now at the 500 meters. Now this will be a real dice because this is national squad. The national squad supported by RMB, and the coaches will be looking at combinations to see who fits with what. We have in lane 4, Tux Tor. He's got James Mitchell behind him. James Mitchell won world champs under 23s in the pair, and he also got a record. Henry Tor was a local, went to school locally, and he's pretty much lived in a pair since he was 15 years old. Then in lane 3, we've got Tux Baxter. That has got John Smith and Jake Green and Tabelo Masuta. So they are the old hands. They know all about rowing the Grand Challenge at Buffalo. So this is the Grand Challenge Coxless Fours. This trophy is massive silver thing, and this is the one that everybody wants to win. Looks like Tux Tor is taking some interesting driving lessons. They've headed over from lane 4 and now disappearing into lane 6. And a Cox who knows exactly what he's talking about reckons it's because they're trying to get out of the stream. I'd still say that Tux Baxter has their nose out and ahead. And UJ Bale Smith is also pushing hard. So the moment I'd say it's Tux Baxter, then Tux Tor, UJ Bale Smith, and UCT O'Brien.
So that big one is the Grand Challenge
Yeah.
one, and that's the Silver Sculls.
So John Smith was part of that Olympic, part of the double that did so well, and part of the Olympic crew before that got gold. So he's a very old hand. And he knows exactly what he's up to. He knows how to manage his energy. They look like they've got a comfortable lead on Tux Tour at the moment. But they're in the teeth of the current, and Tux Tour are sneaking up the side, so we'll wait and see what happens in the last 500 meters. They're now coming up to the 500-meter mark, going past the creek. The creek is quite shallow, so the water is slower at that point. So Tux Baxter has got a length clear water on Tux Tour. And Murray Bale Smith for UJ is also hot on Tour's tail. Murray Bale Smith also recently went to Worlds with Lebo Mokaseng, as did Luc Defon. But I think the old hands are going to get it over the young pretenders. Tux Tour is going to have to do something special if he wants to come back on terms. He's only got 300 meters to do it in. So at the moment it's Tux Baxter looking comfortable. Tux Tour really pushing it. He's rating at least 4 pips above, but there goes Baxter, lifting the rating for their takeaway. I think Tour's left too little too late to be able to get back on terms. Tux Baxter's going to have it by at least a length clear water. Sure, that makes up for Tabelo Masuta not getting into the Silver Sculls final. Nice Tux, and here comes UJ, very nice stroking there, Murray. And here comes Tux Lemaitre in lane 1. Followed by UCT O'Brien. And in sixth place, UJ Swanepoel. This was a very tight race to get into. There were heats that had to be fought to, so there was very good... Sorry? Wasn't there Murray UT? So we've got first Tux Baxter, second Tux Tour. Then we have UJ Murray Bell Smith. Then we have UCT. Then we have UJ Swanepoel. So last, coming over the line now, UJ Swanepoel.
Yay. Right, race number 156 on the water. It's the final of the Masters Quads, Cox and Coxless Fours. Elgin Alfred in lane 2 with Dancer. Lane 3 is Ravens Club with Sikiotis. And lane 4 is Ravens with Kinloch. Just to note that in the Elgin Alfred boat, Howard Barrett at number 2 was the chairman of the Rhodes Rowing Club in the late 1990s and early 2000s. And Lionel De Nicola on bow position was the head of umpiring commission in the Western Cape. Some good pedigree on the water today.
Umpires on the water, just confirming umpire 1 will bring down 166, umpire 2 167, sequence. So by 3, you are heading back to 2K.
And the fastest time at the time
Right, so race number 165, it's event number 91. It's the final of the mixed masters, quads, Coxed and Coxless Fours over 1,000 meters. The fastest time, that is what is taken into consideration. Fastest time, not necessarily who gets over the line first. And the time is based on certain handicaps. Those handicaps relate to the age of the members of crew and also gender of the members of crew.
I suspect that 166 is going to start at
Right, lane 2, Elgin Alfred, lane 3, Ravens, and lane 4, Ravens. The lane 2, Elgin Alfred boat looking amazing. Thank you so much. As they all are. But just a reminder that the fastest time is taken into consideration, and that time is determined by various handicaps, which are related to age and gender of crew members in the boats. In lane number 2, the Elgin Alfred boat has Colin Dancer, Dagmar Atkinson, Howard Barrett, and Lionel De Nicola. In lane 3, the Ravens boat has Amar Atrash, Jacques Schickerling, Ron Price-Hughes, and Quinton Fenter, with Sikiotis as the Cox. Dancer is the Cox in lane 2. And the Ravens boat in lane 4 with Kinloch has Richard Kinloch at stroke, Rajesh Suraj, Leslie MacDonald, and Michelle Spark. Remember, if you've earned a medal, then get along to the first floor at the clubhouse to go and collect those medals. The clubhouse is also going to host a braai this evening. Thank you, Leander. So braai fires will be burning this evening, and the bar will be open. So go and celebrate your victories, your adventures, your water sports this weekend at the clubhouse after the regatta. We are live streaming, thanks to the guys that are looking after our live streaming with the most incredible challenges in terms of connectivity, electricity, things catching a light randomly, doing a fabulous job. Race number 166 under Alina's orders. It's event number 60. It's a straight final over 1,000 meters. The senior women's and men's C doubles and pairs. In lane 3, UFH Mkinga, and lane 4, UFH Jara. Please note lane 2 and lane 5 are DNS.
Was that whole thing going out over there?
No. Me.
No, me.
No. Remember, if you're needing lost property found, or if you found lost property, Regatta Control is where those two join up. So if you found some random items and need to take them somewhere, please bring them here. We will try to reunite them with their rightful owners. Also, if you have lost something, please let us know and we'll make an announcement, and hopefully folk will keep their eyes open for that. Speaking of keeping your eyes on the ground, please do tidy up the area around your tents and gazebos. Make sure that you leave the Buffalo River more beautiful than you found it.
Umpire two, please do not start the race. As per early instructions, please do not start more than inside the 2-minute rule before your start time. Also, just to add to you, the two boats in the race in front of you are very, very small.
Thank you, noted.
Oh no, but what did
Why? It's fine. It's don't worry. It's just if you have that.
No, not yet. Oh. Yeah, sure. I'm going to pop it on top of... Do you want... Just here, on top of mine. Okay. Oh. Sure. Lost and found, we are looking for a pair of white Crocs and a St. John's hoodie. If you find any of those that are looking a little bit lost and alone, please do come and hand them in at Regatta Control and we'll get them reunited with their rightful owners. Approaching the finish line now, race number 166, the final of the senior women's and men's C doubles and pairs in lane 3 UFH Mcinga and lane 4 UFH Jara.
Number 5 under it.
You may or may not have our numbers in vote 5. That was part of the question just I didn't watch the race, but
Race number 167. It's event number 62. It's the final of the junior women's under 16 doubles, over 2,000 meters. Placings are from heats 1 and 2 from yesterday. We have Somerset Barnfather in lane 1, St. Andrews Girls Xavier in lane 2, St. Stithians Girls Ulefir in lane 3, St. Stithians Girls Taylor, happy birthday Lucy Taylor, in lane 4, St. Andrews Girls Potgieter in lane 5 with no bow number, and then lane 6 has been scratched.
Actually, no, my brother was wearing, he was at He says we can watch everything. He's 24. That's why they're getting close. Like, I don't know. He says, well, by the way, you might have to keep clear of me. We're going out to that. Sounds like a bank.
Are you picking up a lot?
No, no. I'm going to talk on this mic and you're going to give me those two. Right, thank you for joining us at the RMB Buffalo Regatta. I don't know which channel this mic is on. I know that's why, just right the white button. Oh, you can use this. Welcome to the RMB Buffalo Regatta here on the Buffalo River in East London. Thank you for joining us this weekend for a weekend of exciting races. We've had the Buffalo Regatta and we've had the Solomon Sprints. Today we are back to the Buffalo Regatta, mainly the finals. Race number 167, the junior women's under 16 doubles coming into view now. A 2,000 metre race. Positions established from Heat 1 and Heat 2, which took place yesterday. Somerset Barn Father, on Thursday. Somerset Barn Father, lane 1. Xavier St Andrews Girls in lane 2. St Sidney's Girls, Ulysses, lane 3. St Sidney's Girls, Taylor, lane 4. St Andrews Girls, Courtney with no bow number in lane 5. And Holy Rosary, lane 6 of East Stretch. Race number 168, the junior men's under 16 doubles, is underway. Roundabout Scott in lane 1. Lane 2 is Scratch. St Albans Civilians with no barrel number in lane 3. St Albans Branch in lane 4. Grey Roses in lane 5. And Solvang Sukamla in lane 6. Race 169 is underway. Approaching the clubhouse now, race 168. Event 63 with finals of the junior men's under 16 doubles over 2,000 meters. From heats 1, 2 and 3 that will race on Thursday. So Roundabout Scott in lane 1. St Albans Civilians with no barrel number in lane 3. St Albans Branch lane 4. Grey Roses lane 5 and Solvang Sukamla lane 6. St Albans Civilians in lane 3, looking nice and strong, well ahead of the pack. Followed possibly by Grey and then Roundabout. St Albans Civilians in lane 3 with no bar ball, heading easily to the finish line. Followed by Grey Roses in lane 5. Event number 169, the senior women's A doubles coming into view. This is the RMB Buffalo Regatta. Lane 1 scratched, lane 2 Tux UJ Gaspari, lane 3 Tux Wesley, lane 4 Tux Goodwin. Please note all of these athletes are part of our national squad. And in Tux Goodwin, lane 4, Catherine Williams at bar has just won the women's A Sculls earlier today. Lane 5 is scratched and lane 6 is a DNS. Currently Tux Wesley with Wesley and Barnhill in lane 3. Looking like an easy win. This is a straight final, the senior women's A doubles. Please note that race number 170, race number 170, it is the final of event number 65, the senior men's A doubles. One of our teams has scratched, which means UCT Deploy racing a straight final on their own. So UCT Deploy has opted to do their race in the next race, which is race 171. They will be racing in lane 6.
Right, so the senior women A double, in lane 1 UJ Keegan, Grace Keegan and Sarah Hurst, lane 2 Tux UJ, Nadia Gaspari, she's the one we spoke about earlier with the sunglasses addiction, and her dogs Oakley and Riley. And lane 3, Tux Wesley, Courtly Wesley, Paige Bard-Norse is the Cambridge Blue.
Race 171. Yes, so this race is being cancelled because they scratched. Right, these two have scratched. They're going to row the UCT in this lane 6 over here, just so you know, and you're like what's happening here. So we've got lane 2 and lane 6 have scratched, and the UCT boat is rowing in lane 6 for time.
So coming down now, we've got under 19 second quads, and just in case you think there's some strange things going on and some of these girls are a bit hairy and need a shave, it's because the men's A doubles have slotted into where the scratched race, so PGRG scratched in lane 6, and so those people who are hairy in lane 6 are not PGRC needing a shave, they are UCT, and it's George Deploy and Stefan Breitenbach. And George Deploy recently represented South Africa at the South African Beach Sprints Commonwealth Regatta, where he came fourth, narrowly missing a medal. He was up against several Olympian and world champion rowers, and he did a fantastic job at the Commonwealth Regatta. So in the J19 second quads, we have Clarendon Madala in lane 1. St Andrews is unfortunately scratched, and we have a nasty chesty bug going around, and there are a lot of people having to pull out. Lane 3, St Andrews Saltus. Lane 4, St Stithians Ward. Lane 5, St Mary's Pestana. And lane 6, so they're not hairy PGRC girls. This is UCG, the double deploy.
That would be interesting information if you have the point summary as to where people are. If you can write it down for me, I will tell people about it.
So it looks like St Stithians have got a length up on St Andrews. So St Stithians in first, St Andrews in second, and St Mary's in third, and then Clarendon in fourth. And the hairy PGRC girls are way out in the lead.
Oh, so refreshing and updating the whole time. How many do you want? Just the top 3 in each girls and boys?
And any of the adult clubs as well. So if you've got points on anybody,
Points the adults don't.
No, it's just
get it to the masters don't give it to
okay, so that's schools, yeah.
Okay, looks like St Stithians are getting their teeth into it and pulling out a nice lead. But St Mary's are getting on terms with St Andrews, so it's a very interesting dice for second. And UCT is smoking it. That's a very fast double.
how many points. No, they're going to.
How many points? Just say at the moment so-and-so's in the lead.
Okay, yeah. Okay, do that. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
To the end.
Yeah, I can do that.
It'll be a surprise for everybody. I don't think so.
So, Sean, is this actually a race that the UCT is doing? They have to be.
Now, we might be registering a senior men's A double coming down to the outside lane in lane 6. Those are our athletes in race number 170, race number 170, the senior men's A double, UCT deployed. They will be slotted into this race as they will only be racing in their straight final. So they are racing with themselves in race number 171, which is the final of the Women's Under-19 Second Eights.
So UCT deploy, they're training to get back into the beach sprints doubles. We've got African champion beach sprints in June. We're hoping to go to the World Beach Games later this year, as well as World Championships. So George is trying to get all the training in he can, whether he's racing the competition or not. And you can see they're pushing it hard. And in the girls' second quads, St Andrews has got a length of clear water. St Mary's has now managed to get ahead of St Andrews. So St Stithian, has got a clear water on St Mary's and St Andrews, and now St Mary's has pulled out about 3/4 of a length on St Andrews. They're going to have to put some real work in to get back on terms with St Stithians, though. So St Stithians are looking very comfortable, sitting on top of their competition. They can react whenever they see their competition reacting. They can react and keep their nose out ahead. They've started their takeaway. You can see the rating starting to pick up. The rating is the number of strokes per minute. In cycling terms, that's cadence. So they've gone from 32 up to 34. Nice step up. It's not always possible when you increase your rating that your speed increases, so very neatly done, St Stithians. But St Andrews are looking a bit upset that St Mary's have sneaked second out of them, and they want to get it back, and they're pushing hard. Half a length between St Mary's and St Andrews. St Andrews have the boat speed, but are they going to run out of river? They've got about 30 meters left, and there's about 2 meters between them, but St Andrews are pulling through with every stroke. I couldn't call that. St Andrews, that was a beautiful comeback, and to me it looked dead even, but you're going to have to see the results on the photos. And here comes Clarendon coming through fourth. They had to fight hard to get through their heats, and these girls are tired now. They've done multiple races. Just starting now is the junior men's second quads. Lane 1, St Albans Hayman. Lane 2, St John's Straba. Lane 3, St Albans Herald. Lane 4, St Benedict's Mincenti. And Lane 5, Grey Moeng. And I presume in Lane 6 is Somerset Garwell. Here come Clarendon finishing off the race. Well done, ladies. You had to work hard to get into that final.
Okay, so as at 3 o'clock.
Just a quick update on the Sculls points. And so we've got Benny's currently in the lead of the Sculls points, followed by St Albans, and in tied at the moment, St John's and St Stithians. And on the girls' side, we've got St Stithians currently in first, Holy Rosary in second, and in third with a tie is St Mary's and Clarendon. So we've got some very exciting things happening in the points, and with all the races coming up, this could change quite a lot. Junior 19 second quads currently at the 500. Looks like St Albans Herald has got the lead. Although Somerset Garwell, they've got remember what I was saying about the incoming tide? So lane 6 and lane 1 will have the benefit of less of a current to fight against, and Somerset look like they're pushing hard to get on terms with St Albans because they've got the slower water. So when that water's going with you, you want the fast water, and when you're against you, you want to be on the banks. They're coming up to the 1,000. Still say it's St Albans and Somerset, first and second. Say St Albans have got about a length on Somerset. For you, those of you on the live feed, you should be able to start seeing them at the 1,000. Interestingly, we cannot fly a drone up to the start of the 2K because the airport is so close. They actually can stop the drones flying, and they quite literally, the drone will not fly any further because there's a no-fly zone close to the airport. And mine obviously is going to Regatta as well.
It's awesome. You know what? It's so nice to have that. Do you think, what's the commentary? The commentary is everywhere.
So St Albans still look like they've got a lead, but Somerset are there and they're pushing. As I said, they're coming up on the outside. At the creek, they've got some nice, the water's very shallow though. So that's quite slow water when you come past that creek. The creek is at around 700 meters to go. Then we've got lane 1 and 2 who look like they're dicing it out for 3rd and 4th. That is St Albans Hayman and St John's Barber. And then battling it out for 5th and 6th, we've got St Benedict's Mincenti and Grey Moing.
Race number 172 coming into view of the clubhouse now. Just very final 2 winners under 19 second quads over 2,000 meters. St. Albans Cayman, with Madison Zero Card in lane 1, St. John's Harbour in lane 2. St. Albans Carroll also traveling in place in lane 3, St. David's Lincoln in lane 4, and Moyne in lane 5. Somerset Florida in lane 7.
At the 1000, you can start to see the masters starting to line up. So they do 1,000 meters, whereas the under 16s and the other adults opens have to do 2 kilometers. And they have in lane 1 Alfred's Escort, lane 2 Alfred's Brown, lane 3 Old Eds, lane 4 Leander, lane 5 Ravens. Oh, look at this. Sneaky Somerset are now going to create an upset. They've got their nose ahead. That sneaking up on the outside is paying off. And St. Albans is suffering against that stream. So this could be an upset. I'd say Somerset have currently got a little bit of a half canvas ahead, so St. Albans are renowned for their takeaways, though. They're very good scullers. Now, Somerset are working really hard, but if St. Albans have got a change of speed, and there goes their change of speed, they're dicing, it's going to be tight to get across the line. But are St. Albans going to run out of rivers? I don't think St. Albans realised that Somerset were doing a sneaky on the outside. And Somerset can sniff that line, and they're pushing. They've pulled out more of a lead. I think St. Albans have reacted a little bit too late. They're both pushing up their rating. Very easy to catch a crab, though, when you're really pushing it. But Somerset have now got a length ahead of St. Albans, and they're going to do it. St. Albans are going to run out of river. And they did it. Well done. 1 length clear water, Somerset to St. Albans. You can hear that that was quite a popular result. And Somerset is sitting below me. And coming up behind them is St. John's in third. St. John's stroked by Yandise Traba. And here comes St. Albans Heyman. These guys fought hard to get into this final at this prestigious event that is Buffalo Regatta. Is that straight? It's more exciting if it isn't. Artistic license. Here comes Benny's, followed by local crew Gray from Port Elizabeth. So we've got some interesting masters again in this quads coming down. They have started. They're coming up to the 700 meters. In the Old Eds, we've got Andrew Craig Blade, who's represented South Africa, and behind him is Sizwe Ndlovu, gold medalist from 2012 Olympics. And we've also have the Ravens in lane 5, Leander lane 4. And I know a lot of these guys were feeling it after their last race in the 8s. I'm sure they'll be feeling it even more coming down with this 1,000 meters. We've got 2 Alfred's boats, Brown and Escort. Now, if you have a program, you'll see the average age of Alfred's Escort is 57. So they have an advantage. They will, once you work out what the distance is between the first and second and third, as I said before, if you've got an older crew, they might land up winning even though they didn't cross the line first.
Right, a little comment on this now. We have some lost property. A cell phone has been handed in. Yes, it has. You can identify it as yours.
So we've got Leander in a 4, that's 4 blades, and Old Eds in a quad. So that's 8 blades, so that should be faster in the quad, but you don't get points or anything for sweep and for sculling. The moment old Eds look like they're ahead, but not by a lot. The old Ed's crew is exactly the same average age as Leander, so whoever beats whatever on this one will be ahead, but the escort from Alfred's is 57 and Raven's is 51. So they're very close in age, and they're dicing it out at the back there, but depending on the time difference will depend on who actually wins. And I couldn't tell you that, my maths isn't good enough, you'll have to get it off the website. I'm wrong. This is Alfred's coming up. Sorry, the lane changes. And this is old Ed's in the sweep all. This is Alfred's in the quad, rowing very nicely. So this is Alfred's brown, lane 2, with local boy Andrew Beard in the bow. Rowing very nicely. So their average age is 42. And then old Ed second. Here comes Alfred's escort. Remember they're the 57 with Leander. So this might actually be close because there's not that much difference between first and the St. Alfred's escort. Nicely rowed, gents. Stroking the Leander crew is Graham Mountford, who's the regatta organizer, and he told me he is officially completely knackered. Well done, gents. Coming now, we've got the ladies quads, Buffalo Purden in lane 2, VLC Detoy in lane 3, and Ravens Sikiotis in lane 4. We saw Gaynor and Ann Killian earlier in the VLC double, rowing very nicely. But it's close between them and Ravens, but there's a big age difference, 8 years. So if Ravens want to actually win overall, they're going to have to be quite a way ahead of VLC. And I'm sure Gaynor, no matter what the age, won't let anybody be in front of her. Bit of dead, dodgy steering going on from the Ravens crew. There might be a clash, which always makes life interesting because it might be possible for the Buffalo crew to come through if those two clash. Ravens have done a correction. You could see the umpire waving at Ravens to get them back in line. Quite often you find parents landing up in the crews, or the Masters crews, and in this crew you have Kim Bernand, whose son was stroking the 8 earlier. And in the Buffalo crew you have Karen Javon, whose son was in the pair that won senior men's B pairs. And Terry Diplock, whose daughter was rowing in the Clarendon first quad. So this is very tight, and as suspected, Gaynor is not going to let Ravens have it easy. She doesn't care that she has 8 years on them. Nope, she wants to get out her nose ahead. But Ravens are also equally determined. They're like, these old guys cannot win this race. We need to get ahead. They might lose on paper, but they want to win the regatta. I'm not sure they're going to be able to. It's very tight. Stroke for stroke. It's whoever's going to have the surge of it, who's got the takeaway. And I think VLC have got a better takeaway. Oh, they've got like half a canvas. And the experience has it. Well done, VLC ladies. Here come the Buffalo crew. They're doing a great job. In bow is Helen Power, who has literally just learned how to row about 3 months ago. So it's a fantastic job, ladies. So well, there's the Buffalo crew. Bit more training, ladies. You're going to be up there. And there's Karen Javon, Crystal Roth, Terry Diplock, Heather Purden. Sorry, it wasn't Helen Power.
Race number 175 is lining up. It is event number 69. The final is the straight final of the CMA under 23 Coxed Eights. It is a distance of 2,000 meters. USH Chicana in lane 2, Leander Sekie in lane 3, and Buffalo Aliva in lane 4. All three boats sporting yellow cards. And off, race number 175, the final of the CMA under 23 Coxed Eights. A reminder that we do have some lost property that's being handed in, particularly a cell phone. If you find anything, please do come and bring to. We'll find reunited with its rightful owner. And if you've lost anything, we'll keep our eyes peeled for it.
The Fort Hare lane 2, Leander lane 3, Buffalo lane 4. Looks like Leander has got a comfortable lead by the time we get to they've done about 700 meters. They're coming up to the 1K. And they've just passed a feature which is known as Old Man's Nose. It's a rock formation which does look exactly like a face and profile and has been painted for generations by Selborne boys to look exactly like an old man with a big pointy nose. A lot of crews use this rock formation as a place where they do their pushes and their suspensions. So Leander out in front and Fort Hare and Buffalo dicing it out. Buffalo doing a bit of dodgy steering there. They should be in lane 4, but they're currently investigating if lane 5 might be a bit faster. At Fort Hare looks like they've got second. That bit of dodgy steering has paid for Buffalo because you'll end up doing more distance if your steering is a bit off. But if they're clever, they might get into the slower stream. We'll see them passing the 1,000, and then coming up behind them will be the senior women's sea sculls.
This hasn't changed. This is a very odd, like the beginnings. Very bizarre.
So we've got the ladies' sea sculls and the men's sea sculls. I see in the men's sea sculls we've got Vernon van Skalkveit, who we saw earlier in the mixed double with Rika for Elgin. Leander have got a commanding lead over the other two eights, but Buffalo is coming back nicely. They've developed a bit of a rhythm. Fort Hare is still ahead of them, but they're still trying hard to get back on terms. One of the tricks to rowing well and rowing fast is being together and getting a great rhythm. Now Leandra is showing a really fantastic rhythm, and Fort Hare have had a bit of a struggle. They look like they lost their rhythm for a bit, which gives Buffalo a bit of an opportunity to get back on terms, because it looks like having lost their rhythm, Buffalo has refound it. Okay, and we can see at the 1,000 the women's sea sculls lining up. Buffalo have done a great job of catching up on Fort Hare. They've only got about a quarter of a length of clear water now between the two boats. Fort Hare have decided that they might be investigating another lane to see if it might be faster, so they've decided lane 2 is not the right one for them, and perhaps sitting on the buoys is a good idea. No, they're heading back into lane 2. Leander looking very comfortable as they come past. Definitely not Lisa Sakai. That looks like Reese Javon to me in stroke. Fort Hare doing a bit more dodgy steering. It's giving Buffalo a chance to get back there, but Buffalo's rhythm has just fallen apart a bit. I think Fort Hare have now got their rhythm back. And Fort Hare are going to get a comfortable second. Oh, Buffalo have caught a crab. Let's hope that blade doesn't break. They cost about 17 grand.
Just bought.
And I know that because I just bought some.
No, round.
Carol, I don't know if someone wants
So coming down are the women's C sculls. It looks like it's Buffalo Yolanda Sukapasi and Fort Hare van der Westhuizen.
Sculls are, because maybe it's actually lane 2 and 4, not lane 2 and 3. Hard to tell.
Looks like one of the Buffalo boys got hit in the face with the blade when they caught the crab, but the crew is finishing the race without him, so well done, guys. So for the people who don't know what rowing is, catching a crab isn't seafood. Catching a crab is when your blade gets stuck in the water, and when your boat is going on fast and you're in a sweep oar, it can actually flick you out of the boat. So it looks like in the sea scullers, we might have had a swimmer. So last week we had Yolanda Sukapasi from Buffalo and Dee van der Westhuizen racing in the Eastern Cape Championships, and last week Dee won. But that week Yolanda decided that big hair was the way to go. This week I see she's got small hair and she's beating Dee. So wind resistance makes a big difference.
No, seriously? It's an afro.
Ja, remember, ja.
So note to self for all chicks, wind resistance is a thing. And to show you what a big difference is, last week Dee won by about 4 lengths. This time Yolanda has about 4 lengths on Dee. Nice rowing, ladies. Good to see. So Yolanda came from the Walter Sisulu University program, and then Dee is rowing for Fort Hare.
Sorry?
Obviously, it makes a big difference.
Yes. I did when he was out before. So well done, Yolanda. That hair's made a big difference. So change in hairstyle can make 10 lengths difference. Nicely rowed, Yolanda. Well done, Dee. And coming down to the men's C sculls. And we have Elgin van Skalkweg for Fort Hare, Jacana, Hilton, Sternkamp. What is Ernie doing in C sculls? Well, for that matter, what is Vainans doing in C sculls? And out on the outside, we have Harrison Malenga from Arundel Rowing Club in Kenya. So it's great to have him. So the swimmer that we can see upriver was Sipe, who should know better because she's a very good sculler from UJ. But luckily we have our rescue boats on hand. So I'm not sure who we're missing because we should have 4 sculls in the men's C sculls. So I have to say this is fairly fair because Ernie Steenkamp is a very good sculler and Venan van Skalkweg is a very good sculler and Harrison Malenga is a very good sculler. I see the Fort Hare, Lukolo and Jacana scratched. I have the feeling that's because we ran out of boats because we had them all on the water for the girls' race. And as you know, girls must always come first. So it wouldn't surprise me if it was Ernie doing dodgy steering because he was meant to be in lane 4, but there's definitely somebody in lane 1 and lane 2. So we say it's Venant and Ernie probably. Or is that the Kenyan? Actually, that, to me, that looks like the Kenyan style there, very long in the water. This man is tall, 6'5", slim. Venan's giving him hell for leather, though. He's not going to let any stranger take his local water. But Ernie, I'm afraid it looks like you've been outclassed. So Ernie is the coach, teacher in charge at Hilton. And Venant was in the double that won so comfortably with Rika earlier. And here comes Harrison. He's pushing through, but Venant doesn't want to let him go. Venant from Elgin and Harrison from Arundel in Kenya. This is a nice close race. Well done, chaps. Come on, half a length in it. But look at those long legs. Got his blades a little bit caught up at the finish, which gave Venant a bit of a look in. You saw him take a quick look around. Venant's putting a push on. He's picking up his rating. Can the Kenyan pick up his rating? There's a quarter of a canvas in it. It's going to be neck and neck. Line is coming up. 3 centimeters in it. 1 centimeter in it. And Venant's just pitted ahead. Well done. Elgin's got it from Kenya. Well done. Good racing. And here comes Ernie, who is a very good sculler in his own right. And you can see these two guys are knackered. Good racing, gents. Good entertainment. Well done.
Thank you to our lifeguards. We wouldn't be able to do this without you. Thank you for our medical team as well. All of our volunteers who are unpaid and doing this for love. Okay, coming up is the B final of the Junior 19 First Quads. PGRC, Glidden, Clarendon, Milne, Holy Rosary, Nicholson. Now, most of these girls have done 3 or 4 races already, so they are absolutely pooped. And now we want them to do another 2 kilometers, and we want it to be close, and we want to fight. I don't think they're going to love us for it, but they're going to give it their all.
Race 178, the B final of the Junior Women's Under 19 First Quads. Over 2,000 meters. The B final, PGRC Lincoln in lane 2 and Clarendon Milne in lane 3. Lane 4 has stretched.
In the background, you can hear the local teams cheering on their first teams that are going to be coming down the course, and Selborne and Clarendon, sister and brother teams, helping each other with the cheer to keep their crews motivated. Currently at the 1,000 is the B final for the Junior 19 Girls First Quads. Holy Rosary pulled out. I think they were just too tired, and it looks like Clarendon Milne is in the lead from PGRC. Looks like they've got a length and a half of clear water. So PGRC in lane 2, Clarendon in lane 3. Although the Clarendon crew have told me they're officially finished, they're obviously not quite finished because they're giving it their all, and they've now got about 2 lengths on PGRC. Lining up at the 2K, we can see the men's B final for First Eights. This is where it's getting tricky though. Clarendon in the teeth of the incoming current. But they've got a comfortable lead, so they should be coping with it okay. At this point in the river where they are, the river is quite wide, but then it narrows quite dramatically. And you actually lose the advantage of being on the edges when you get closer to the finish in lane 1 and 2. The PGRC are not giving up, they're giving it their all. Clarendon, you can see they're quite tired, rating 26. PGRC rating 30.
That's unfair. Who made it?
PGRC have pulled back. There's not a lot of clear water now between PGRC and Clarendon. The Clarendon are picking it up. They've seen the challenge. That's the benefit of rowing when you're actually looking backwards at your competitors. Picked up the rating to 28. Suspending nicely, placing the blade, lifting their bodies off the seat, using that body weight to lever the boat past the blade. But PGRC are hungry. They might be tired, but they want this. They've lifted their rating. Clarendon lifting their rating. The dice is on. Barely any clear water between the two. Clarendon have a very nice rhythm at the moment, and because they're in the lead, they can just use that lead to kick away from the people in front behind them. And you can hear their home team cheering them on, which will give them that extra spurt of energy to cover the last 150 meters. Yeah, there it goes. There's the distance between each stroke. The local crowd lifting them up and giving them that spurt of energy to take it home in style. Well done, PGRC. You fought well and you nearly had them. Clarendon crossed the line. Good racing, ladies. And coming down and roughly at the grandchild of Trevor Shelver, who is one of the masters of East London rowing. He won the Grand Challenge a few times for Leander on this river, and he coached Selborne and Leander, and he rowed for many, many years and contributed massively to the South African rowing. Currently, it looks like St Andrews Kroon has the lead, closely followed by Selborne Rawlins. Forgive me, it's not St Andrews in lane 2. It's lane 3 who's moved into lane 2, which is Kes. St Andrews unfortunately scratched. So we've got Kez Howes leading over Selborne Rawlins. Looks like they've got about a quarter of a length clear water, but very close for second, third and fourth. Looks like Gray have the lead over Bishops. Looks like Gray are pulling out a bit of clear water over Bishops. They've lifted their rating. Gray rating 32, Bishops rating 30. King Edward's looking very comfortable, nice rhythm, rating 32. Just slightly higher rating than Selborne, which I'd say is 30 to 31. But just now you're going to be hearing the Selborne team cheering for their first team. Selborne are catching up and being on home ground. The cheer might actually get them past that Kez crew. About 200 meters to go. There you go, they can hear their home team, they're picking it up, but Kez are looking straight at them, they're going to pick it up too, they're not going to let them get past, but Selborne are giving it their all. Both teams picking it up, Gray's coming in and sneaking in on the action as well, but I think they're going to run out of water. King Edwards have got this, they're pulling away now every stroke. Selborne fighting valiantly to get it back. It's like half a length clear water, nicely done. King Edwards, then Selborne, then Gray. With Bishops closely following Gray over the line. Lining up at the 1,000 meter, we have the J15 doubles, the girls. Lane 1, 2 and 3 are all Clarendon, and then in lane 4 we have PGRC, lane 5 Somerset, lane 6 Somerset.
Race number 180 is about to start. This event number 75. The finals of the junior women's under 15 doubles over 1,000 meters. Results are from heat 1 and 2. The placings are from heat 1 and 2 race on Thursday. Clarendon Willis in lane 1. Clarendon Daisy in lane 2. Clarendon Jordan in lane 3. Lane 4, lane 5 except. And in lane 6, Somerset Jersey.
Alright, Kate Godfrey, right? Yeah. And he's also going to ask you about the trophies
and we are back on time at the Buffalo Regatta.
What's that? Yeah, it's alright. So we kind of...
Okay, we do have a couple of scratchings in this race. So lane 1, Clarendon Willis. Lane 2, lane 2 is actually Clarendon Theodosi. Lane 3 is Clarendon Jordan. And then we have lane 6, Geraghty from Somerset. Set off. So these girls have done a lot of racing today. I can tell you that the Clarendon double, Jordan and Jessie van der Bosch, have done 4 races. So they did the single, the octopole, the quad, and now they're doing the double. I think, you know, rowing makes for very easy parenting. These girls and boys get back home, they don't have time to play stupid games on their phones. They want to eat and sleep. So it looks like Clarendon Jordan has pulled out a lead, 2 lengths clear water from Clarendon Theodosi. Theodosi and Somerset Geraghty look like it's a very close dice for second and third. Some interesting steering going on from Theodosi. They've decided that they're not happy with lane 2 and they're going to try out lane 3 because it seems to be working so nicely for Sarah Jordan and Jessie van den Bosch. But that steering's cost them, and Somerset have sneaked ahead of them. But Clarendon Willis is sneaking up because they're on an outside lane and the middle lanes have the strong current. So Mia Willis and Panashe Tewu coming up in lane 1. Oh no, they've decided that perhaps lane 2 is the better lane for them. No, they've corrected themselves. And Somerset, they've stayed in their lane, they've stayed straight, and that may actually pay off in the long run. So Clarendon lanes 1 and 2 are fighting hard for equal pegging with Somerset. Clarendon Jordan has pulled out a nice lead. They've stayed straight and in their lane. So second, third, and fourth are anybody's. It's a very tight race for second, third, and fourth. Clarendon Theodosi has put in a bit of a push. They've decided they're not happy to stay in the line. They want to get out ahead. They picked up the rating, but as I said, sometimes when you pick up a rating, it doesn't necessarily improve your boat speed. There's definitely an art to picking up your rating and picking up your boat speed. And Somerset just steadily, nice rhythm, staying in their lane. Clarendon Willis sneaking away. I'd say they've got a little bit of a lead now on Somerset. But that Jordan Clarendon crew, there's no catching them. They've got a comfortable rhythm, pulling away. This is their last race, so they can afford to lift the rating and use a little bit more energy. Pushing away the other crews. Nicely rowed, ladies. And it looks like Clarendon Willis with Panashe in the bow. Then they might just get second if they don't mess it up. It's a very close dice between the 2 Clarendon crews and Somerset. Somerset slow and steady. They look like they've pulled ahead. Oh, a bit of a misstroke there. Keep the rhythm, keep your boat going straight. Seems to be a magnetic attraction between the 2 Clarendon boats, and it's going to cost them. It's close dice, nothing in it, no clear water between Somerset. So it looks like they've got the steam up. And Clarendon Willis managed to take second, followed by Somerset, followed by Clarendon Theodosi. Very nice racing, ladies. Next up, we have the J15 boys doubles. And this is a different Zach Wood for Sachs in lane 1, not the master who rode earlier for Eds. And St. Benedict's Diaz in lane 2, St. Benedict's Texera lane 3, St. Benedict's McDonald lane 4, different club this time, St. Albans in lane 5, Benedict's, again Spark in lane 6. I think my money's on St. Benedict's, but let's see.
Race 181, the 76, the final of the U19 under 15 doubles, over 1,000 meters. Our athletes selected from heats 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, the rest earlier in the Buffalo Regatta. Sachs Wood lane 1, the Benedict's Diaz lane 2, the Benedict's Texera lane 3, the Benedict's McDonald lane 4, St. Albans Franklin lane 5, and St. Benedict's Spark lane 6.
So it looks like lane 3, St. Benedict's Texera is in the lead, closely followed by St. Benedict's, McDonald in lane 4 and Diaz in lane 2. But it's not a lot in it because St. Albans and the other St. Benedict's Spark are also pushing. Though I can see Spark looks like they've just got their nose out ahead of St. Albans. And I'd say that Spark, because remember they've got the easier water out there, has actually taken St. Benedict's McDonald. But it looks like Texera, St. Benedict's in lane 3 is getting a nice rhythm, nice long strokes, keeping their head, keeping their cool. They can look at their competition and use them to push away. Nice comfortable rhythm at 32. So currently it's St. Benedict's lying in first, second, third. St. Benedict's Diaz has decided that lane 2 is not the lane that they want. They've decided to investigate the other side of the river. There's a very good fish and chip shop over there. And that's cost them, unfortunately. Now we've got St. Benedict's in lane 6 Spark and McDonald dicing it out for second. You can see the difference that water makes on the outside lane. Still very close for second, but first is in no doubt. I would say lane 6 has got it. He's got half a boat length on St. Benedict's McDonald. And I'd say there's a little bit of a size difference there. And the Mighty Miniatures on lane 6, they've decided, no, stuff that. The guys and the big guys in the lane 4, no, they're going to get on top of them. And they're giving it all. Oh no, the big guys have decided, they've just noticed the little guys sneaking up on them. Put in a few big strokes. They're level pegging. That lane 4 has now got a sneaking ahead. Those little guys, you have to give it to them in lane 6 for really giving it their all. So lane 4, St. Benedict's McDonald has just got it from lane 6 from Benedict Spark. Lane 2, St. Benedict Diaz, whose scenic tour of the Buffalo unfortunately did cost them a place or two, followed by St. Albans Franken and Sachs Wood.
Race 182, the stroke final, Masters doubles. Mixed doubles, race 182, it's event 90. Takes place over 1,000 meters. We have no scratchings in this race. Lane 1, Alfred's Valida. Lane 2, Ravens, Keegan. Lane 3, Elgin, Alfreds, Giza. Lane 4, Ravens, Securities. Lane 5, Buffalo, Purden. And lane 6, Elgin, Atkinson.
Okay, we're back with the Masters. We've got a nice full final of 6 boats here. Alfred's Van Leerde in lane 1. Ravens, Keegan in lane 2. Lane 3 in Buffalo, we have Heather Purden and Karen Javon. Now, obviously, if you have a guy in your boat, you get penalized because the more women you have, the more of an advantage you get. So you could come stone last and land up winning. It also goes on your average age. So Elgin Atkinson is 67 in lane 6, and they're busy coming 5th. the composite Elgin Alfreds. Comfortably in the lead, Rika and Lionel De Nicola. Very nicely done, followed by Ravens, Sikiotis. And then dicing it out for third, we have Alfreds and Ravens. And then dicing it out for fifth and sixth, Elgin and Buffalo. So in the Ravens double is Anne Killian from VLC and Ravens Tim Keegan. So Rika and Lionel got first place. Coming in seconds is Ravens, Sikiotis Dimitra, and that doesn't look like is that Roberto Riccardi? And Alfreds is just sneaking past VLC. But these are mixed doubles, and at the back here we've got a ladies double, Heather and Karen, who are dicing it out with Elgin, Atkinson, Dagmar and Colin. So I want to know how old Colin is, because Dagmar, I know she must be my age, so Colin must be close to 70. If their average age is 67, so good for Colin. But he must be 20 years older than them. So good race, well done, ladies and gents, good racing. So Ravens is not Ravens in lane 2. Ravens was cunningly disguised as VLC. Ravens is very obvious in green, whereas VLC is blue and yellow.
He must be in his 70s. So if she's like 58, 59, the average age is 67. Can somebody find Colin Dance's age for me?
So coming down now, we have the ladies J16 Coxed Fours. And I'm told that the St. Stithians four, it's the first time they've actually rode in a four together. And I'm also told that you mustn't ask the stroke, Erin Olivier, anything about maths. She couldn't find a lane 5, so she decided that a lane 1 and a 4 would do. And in lane 4, we have St. Andrews Taylor.
Lane 5, not 3.
Well, if they're having their first row together in the St. Stithians 4, they're having a very good row because they've looked like they've got a comfortable lead over St. Andrews.
Race number The women's under 16 Coxless Fours and under 27. This is the straight final over 2,000 meters. St. Peter's will Philippine in lane 3 and St. Andrews will Taylor in lane 4. They are heading towards us now.
Very comfortable lead for St. Stithians. The bow lady tells me this is only the 5th time she's rowed sweep-all.
Where's the boat on the floor? Simba! Yeah, afterwards. That's why I'm the 6-man, boy. Shoulders, good. Down.
Okay, this is a very comfortable lead. St. Stithians doing very nicely. St. Andrews aren't giving up though, coming through the takeaway and finish their buffalo in style. coming up to the 1,000 behind them is the J16 boys Coxed Fours. Lane 1, Selborne Everts. Lane 2, Grey Vogues. Lane 3, Benedict's Bastos. Lane 4, St. Stilian Rowlands. Lane 5, Kes Parvis. Lane 6, St. Andrews Flanagan. Looks like we might be missing somebody in lane 3. Okay, it's not lane 3 that's scratched, it's a little bit of dodgy steering. So we've got Selborne, Grace and Benedict's and Stithians and Kes. Looks like St. Stithians are there again doing a grand job with St. Benedict's coming second. Looks like they've got a length and a half of clear water. St. Stithians followed by St. Benedict's, followed by Kes. Then in lane 1, we've got Selborne, who looks like they're currently lying in 4th, but not far behind King Edward's. So the 8s that are going out for their main races are making it very interesting, and they're crossing over into lane 1. Looks like there's a breakage in the Fort Hare boat, which is going to make it extremely interesting for Selborne Everts. St. Stithians Rowlands looks like they've got a comfortable lead over Benny's Bastos.
Race number 184, approaching the clubhouse now. In lane 1, Selborne, lane 2, Grey, lane 3, St. Benedict's Bastos. Lane 4, St. Stithians Rowlands, leading the pack by comfortably, and lane 5 is Harvest. Putting on a nice show as we come across the front of the clubhouse, it's St. Stithians cranking up the volume and the pace. Lane 4, let's hear a nice big cheer for that.
St. Stithians have a very nice, comfortable stroke rate, good and rhythmical, nice long strokes. They know they've got a comfortable lead. But they can't help, this is their last race, they're picking up the rating, they want to finish in style. 4 lengths clear water in front of Benny's, who've given it a good fight. And then 3 lengths in front of Kes, with Selborne perhaps a length down on Kes. And then Grey coming up in 5th. And you can see coming up to the 1K race, we have the Coxless Fours. So these are the Coxed Fours. You can see the Selborne Cox sitting up and shouting. He'll go faster if he lies down. And in the race coming up to the 1K, the boats without the Cox in it. I think they might be quite tired. So in the Coxless Fours, we have lane 1, Bishop's Breslin, lane 2, Sachs Carstens, lane 3, St. Benedict's Gregory, lane 4, Selborne Wetton, and lane 5, St. Stithian Kikoryogo. Next race looks like it's very close between lanes 3, 4 and 5. That's Benny, Selborne and St. Stithians. There's nothing in it between those three crews. And in fact, I think I can actually call Bishop's Breslin in that mix as well. So the only one that's maybe slightly behind is Sachs Carstens. I would put maybe St. Stithians, Kikonyogo as a length ahead, if that, but it's very close between them and Selborne and Benny's. And Bishop's on the inside, sneaking up on lane 1. So I'd say now the Bennies have dropped back a little. It's between St. Stithians, Selborne and Bishop's. Say Bishop's maybe have their nose out just ahead of Selborne and St. Stithians. Okay, there's a motorboat heading up the middle of the river just to make it interesting for everybody. As you can see, motorboats cause a little bit of wash, and these are fine boats. They don't particularly like any waves. Currently, at the moment, I'd say it's Bishop's in the lead, followed by St. Stithians, followed by Selborne. Very little in it. I'd say Bishop's has got a length up on St. Stithians, and St. Stithians has not yet got any clear water on Selborne, so there's still nothing in it. And remember, Selborne have their home team, so when they start to hear people, they're going to really pick it up. But Bishop's, they're starting to pull away. That lane 1 has paid dividends for them. Yep, Bishop's has got a very nice rhythm now. They've got a length of clear water. St. Stithians also pulling away from Selborne. They've started to get a little bit of clear water on them. Behind Selborne, St. Benedict's have decided that it's time that they got their act together and got in on the game. This is Coxless, so the guys in the boat have to steer. So the bowman will be steering with his foot. You see there Selborne struggling a little bit to keep it straight. But St. Stithians have now loosened Selborne grasp on their stern and starting to pull away, but I don't think they've got enough water left to be able to catch Bishop's up. Bishop's just comfortably doing their own thing in lane 1.
What's the objection?
Bishop's can smell that line, picking up the rating. They want a really good takeaway in the last race of the day. But St. Stithians are starting to take it away as well. I think they're going to run out of water. Getting very close to those boys are Bishop's, but I think they're going to be all right. They're going to just be able to hit the line before they collide with anything. And there we go. Bishop's have it by a length and a half clear water over St. Stithians, who have got half a length of clean water, and Selborne are trying to pull that back. Quarter a length clear water between St. Stithians and Selborne, and a length clear water between Selborne and Benny's. 2 lengths clear water between Benny's and Sachs. Good racing, guys. Thank you for this excellent race.
Race number 186 is underway. It is 80, the finals of the senior women's A Coxed 8. It is a straight final over 2,000 meters. This is a composite crew, and its competing is racing just for points. They are in lane 2. That's clearly lane 2. A composite crew. Lane 3 is Elba, and then DNS lane 4.
I'll see you up there. Colin Dancer. 52. Oh wait, sorry, it's 76. This is RG 76.
So interesting fact, in that Masters doubles that we saw earlier with Elgin, Colin Dancer, he is 76 years old. So think of that, and he was dicing out there hard. So well done, Colin, great to have you here. And I've got his rowing coach with me as well, who's denying every minute of it. Earlier, we had in the under 15 doubles, Olo Nzudzu, who is a grade 6. So she was 11 turning 12. St. Mary's, you need to take a blade down to the boat. St. Mary's, you need to take a blade down to your boat. I presume that's your first quad.
St. Mary's, could you take a stroke? St. Mary's, we need a blade.
So coming down now, we have the Senior A Ladies 8s.
First side, balance feet, need the blade.
This is Fort Hare and Tux. Unfortunately, it looks like Fort Hare had a breakage on their way to the start. So this is the two Tux crews, Alves and King. Beautiful rowing from this Tux 8 coming down in lane 1. Nothing like a really good 8. And I know every single schoolgirl, adult rower that I've spoken to, they all love a good 8. Nothing like that rhythm, that swing that you get from a big boat and a big blade. So this is the first of the big races at the end of the regatta. Coming up next is meant to be the ladies' first under 19 quads, but it might not be because we've had a breakage of a blade in the St. Mary's boat, and they have to quickly whiz up a blade to enable them to row. So it is quite possible that we might see another race before that race.
Right, race 187 is being held back due to a broken blade before the start. So race 188, the final of the senior men's A Coxed 8s, will take place before race 187, and race 188 is due to start. So race 188 is event 82. It is the final of the senior men's A Coxed 8s over 2,000 meters. It is a straight final.
Matthew! Matthew!
So you can see the Senior A men's 8s lining up at the 2000. Lane 1, Tuck Shabalala. Lane 2, Leander Javon. Lane 3, UCT Deploy. Lane 4, Tux Ryman. Lane 5, UJ Swanepoel. Great to see a mix-up of clubs in here, which is nice for a change that is not the same club. Very excited to see what's going to happen on the way down. A close 8s race is extremely exciting.
I'll look into it for next year.
So for the people on live stream, I'm afraid you're just going to have to go with the commentary for the first 1,000 meters, and you'll be able to pick up the race from the 1K.
Race number 188 is about to start. Just a reminder that 188 has been pushed ahead of 187. Race 187 started a broken blade before the start of the race, and the blade is making its way up to the ladies now. So race 188 will go off now, followed by race 187, and then the final race of the day, race 189. Lane 1, Tux Shabalala. Lane 2, Leander Javon. Lane 3, UCT Deploy. Lane 4, Tux Ryman. Lane 5, UJ Swanepoel. It is the senior men's 8 Coxed Fours.
First person.
And ride 8 is off, racing towards us at the clubhouse, because they know as well as you and I know that the bar is open. And there's a bride tonight hosted by Leander. Thank you so much. Feel free to join. Medals are available at the clubhouse. Possibly a little bit of merchandise they're taking out. And of course, there's free coffee. Thank you for looking after us so well. From early in the morning until late in the afternoon.
So this isn't a bunch of hairy women coming down. This is 188, the senior men's A8s. They're just getting to the 500 now. They've got 1,500 meters to go. Tux Shabalala in lane 1, Leander Javon lane 2, UCT deploy, then Tux Ryman lane 4, then UJ Swanepoel. This looks like it's a close race. We've got Tux Leander, UCT and UJ Swanepoel in a line. We've got Tux Ryman, looks like they've slipped back to 5th. But those other 4 crews look like they're really dicing hard. UCT deploy, I would say, actually, I don't know if I could say. There's the UCT, Leander, and Tux Shabalala in a line. And out on line 5 is UJ, and they're all fighting hard. This is Leander's home ground, so they're going to get a benefit from the home ground advantage and the crowd cheering them on. Say that UCT has slipped into 4th and is now between Tux Shabalala, Leander Javon and UJ Swanepoel. Says Tux has managed to get their nose out in front of Leander. I'm putting Tux Shabalala in 1st and Leander Javon and UJ Swanepoel dicing it out for 2nd, but it's very close. And UCT is not out of it. They're also done a massive push and got back on terms with Leander. Tux Shabalala, some beautiful Harriman catches there. Where they come down the water, very efficient, slide in and hook onto that water. I couldn't tell you whether it's UJ or Tux, very close racing. But it looks like first is UJ and Tux dicing it out for 1st and 2nd, and Leander and UCT dicing it out for 3rd and 4th. I'd now say that UCT have managed to have a really good middle of the race. They've got a nose out in front of Leander, and they're trying to come back onto terms with Tux. So we've got 3 in a line, Tux, UCT and UJ. Very nice racing. Leander looks like they're slipping out the back a little bit now. So it's now Tux in 1st, UCT 2nd, UJ 3rd, but very little in it. I said less than a length between the 3 8s, and Leander's not far off the back.
Lady on the balcony at the clubhouse wearing black and with a black cap standing up. Won't you please step down? We can't see the start line. If anyone on the balcony is able to hear the announcement, please get the lady who is standing on the
So Tux, I would say, has a length on UCT.
Stand down. We cannot see the start.
And I'd say between them is UJ. There's a length between these 3 boats, if that. Coming up to the 500 meters.
The lady who is standing on the balcony to step down. We cannot see the start.
But Tux look like they're pulling out ahead. Now UCT look like they're pulling past UJ, but it's a big battle. Tucks have lifted their rating. They've gone from rating 30, pushed it up to 34. That was a very nice gear change. They're answering UJ's pushback. Pushback are answering, but a little bit too slowly. I'm not sure they're going to have enough water to be able to catch them back up, but these three boats neck and neck is very tight. Just put Tucks slightly ahead of UCT and UJ. But there's not a lot in it. So Tucks did a massive push as they went past the 300 meters. They're putting in another one now. UCT also putting a massive push. And now that push has now put them ahead of UJ. UJ been slow to respond to the other two pushes, but that UCT does not want to let Tucks get past. UCT doing a massive push, pushing up their rating. Tucks rating 36. UCT bringing up their rating, half a length in it. UCT has the run on their boat. It's going to be very close, but they're going to run out of water. Then there's UJ not far behind UCT. Tucks have now managed to pull out just a little bit, half a length, 3/4 of a length. It's very close racing. So Tucks have it by a length. UCT, no clear water, half a length on UJ. Very nice racing, gents. Well done to local club Leander and Tucks Ryman. Now coming down behind them are the girls, the U19 Coxless Fours. Please nobody ask me why this isn't eights. So in lane 1 we have St. Stithians, Cruz, apt name. In lane 2 we have St. Andrews Le Monde. Lane 3, Holy Rosary, Gomez. Lane 4, St. Mary's Price Hughes. Lane 5, St. Mary's Swingler. And lane 6, Somerset McDonald. The moment it looks like it's Holy Rosary Gomez in the lead, but not by a lot. Got another tight race on our hands. St. Mary's Price Hughes is hot on their tail. And it looks like Somerset are putting in a very good showing as well out in lane 6.
First, line 7, the final of U19 Coxless Fours over 2,000 meters is coming to you upstream. It's a beautiful day for racing today. Absolutely marvelous.
So coming down in the ladies Coxed quads, J19. Holy Rosary's got a very nice rhythm out in front, but they're being pushed by St. Mary's Price Hughes in lane 4. Then Somerset McDonald in lane 6. Then St. Mary's Swingler in lane 5. Then St. Andrews Le Monde in lane 2 and St. Stithians Cruz in lane 1. They're coming up to the 500 meters to go. Holy Rosary got a very nice rhythm there, long in the water, rating 30, starting to pick it up now because they go past the 500 meters. St. Mary's are now pulling them up. St. Mary's have a very good finish. St. Mary's picking up the rating. They're rating about 2 pips higher than Holy Rosary, so Mary's now at 34. Holy Rosary picked up a little to 32. Very little clear water between them. And the Somerset crew is doing a great job coming in third, but they're dicing hard with St. Andrews in lane 2. So not sure who's third or fourth between St. Andrews and Somerset, but that's also an excellent dice for third and fourth. can start to hear the supporting teams cheering for their crews as they come down. Takeaways coming up. You can see that Holy Rosary crew picking up their rating. It's rating 36 for Holy Rosary. Nice gear change. St. Mary's a little bit slow to pick it up. They're starting to pick it up now. Holy Rosary have managed to pull out a little bit by that gear change. Somerset and St. Andrews still dicing it out for third and fourth, but I'd say Somerset have the edge. They've got half a length on Somerset. The Holy Rosary can smell the finish. This means a lot to these girls. This tells them what their chances are going to be like when they get to Sculls champs in a few weeks' time. Holy Rosary kicking them away. They want clear water over the St. Mary's crew. Are they going to get it? I think so. I think they've just got clear water. Half a length clear water. Very nice finish, ladies. And here comes the Somerset and St. Andrews race. This is going to be very close. I'd say St. Andrews have it at the moment. But it's very, very close. St. Andrews have about a length on Somerset. Barely any clear water. Quarter a length of clear water. Very nice race, ladies. And here comes the St. Mary's crew. St. Mary's always strong. Managed to get 2 boats into the final. Now this one is where everybody gets very loud. The junior men's first eights in lane 1, St. John's Newman, lane 2, Rondebosch Delbridge, lane 3, Benny's De Keyser, lane 4, St. Stilian Schmidt, lane 5, Jeppy Jarvis, and lane 6, Sachs Latigan. This is very close between Benny's and St. Stithians.
We're like leading for the first 500.
I'd put St. Stithians as having their nose just slightly ahead of Benny's. And they look like they're putting in a big push now to try and make that nose out to become a length out. They've picked up their rating. They've gone from 30 to 34. This gear change is all important because if you get it wrong, the boat doesn't go any faster. The Bennies have responded, and now they're neck and neck, these 2 boats coming into the finish, with Jeppy lying in third, and Sachs and St. John's, I would say, also dicing it out, and Rondebosch just behind them. The Bennies look like they've now squeezed out ahead of St. Stithians. They managed to respond very nicely to St. Stithians' push. Now got their nose out just ahead. How does St. Stithians respond to this? So Bennies have picked up their rating. Bennies are now got a slightly higher rating than St. Stithians. They can smell the finish. Rating 34. St. Stithians still at about 32, 33. Bennies are pushing away with every stroke. They've now got a length on St. Stithians. So it's Bennies to St. Stithians, to Jeppy, to St. John's. I couldn't tell you between Jeppy and St. John's who's ahead there. Very close. St. Stithians are giving a good answer back, but I think they're going to be too late. They're going to run out of water. Rondebosch making a very good comeback to come back on terms with lane 1, St. John's, and Jeppy. I put it that Jeppy just has their nose out ahead of St. John's. They did a very good reply push to that. Very little water between Bennies and St. Stithians. This is going to make for very exciting racing when we get to school champs. A couple of meters of clear water between the 2 boats. Then we have Jeppy has taken a commanding lead over St. John's. And we have St. John's having to fight off a late charge from Sachs. Sachs doing a very good late charge, really nice there, but I think they're going to run out of water, and St. John's are just going to pick them over the line. We have St. John's, Sachs, then Rondebosch. Excellent racing, everybody. the spectators, please thank all the umpires and volunteers who've made this regatta possible. It's been a fantastic 3 days, and I really appreciate you all coming down to East London to make this regatta the great regatta that it is.
Ladies and gentlemen, athletes and supporters, coaches, everybody that's come down for the last 3 days to the RMB Buffalo Regatta 2023. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. It's been a wonderful weekend of racing. The weather's been kind enough, and we've had fantastic support, fantastic racing. Thank you. Marvelous, marvelous, marvelous. We look forward to having you all back next year for the Buffalo Regatta 2024. To athletes and supporters, please be kind to your environment around your stations, and just make sure you've picked up every bit of shred of paper so that we can keep the river clean. And then don't forget that invitation to join us at the clubhouse for a braai this evening. The bar is open. Go and toast your successes. If you qualified